Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki. Welcome back to Fate Ataraxia. So last time we had the swimsuit scenes with Rin and Sakura, and that got demonetized, even though the Saber one didn't. Well, it did, but that one was able to get manually reviewed, but not this one. That one for some reason. Yeah, I think those scenes are done for now. So, all right. Well, guess we're going to school.
And seeing Sakura,
Yep.
okay.
There's still a little time left, a little time before class starts, so let's go see how the archery club is doing. Sakura, the new team captain, left the house first thing in the morning. Sometimes she still makes me lunch, even though she has her own to deal with. Even with all that, she has no trouble handling club activities. The title of Miss Perfect is more appropriate for Sakura, where it should be. But what's with the gloomy atmosphere? Maybe your practice is over, or maybe there just weren't that many members to begin with, but I can only spot Sakura and Mitsuzuri inside. I bout the entranceway, and just as I'm about to enter from where I am, looks like a pretty serious conversation. My chance to escape is starting to slip away.
That's what I think, Senpai. But that's your own problem. It may seem like I'm being cold, but it's not something that will go away by itself, you know? Yes, you're right.
Sakura's problem? Sounds quite complicated. Even I don't have the nerve to cut in here. I quietly go outside to see what, so they wouldn't notice.
Emiya, you heard a conversation, didn't you?
As I leave the dojo, I hear Mitsuzuri's voice from behind. What, you realized I was there?
Yeah, although from where Mato was, she probably couldn't see you.
I see. Keep up the good work.
But it is a bit of a tricky situation.
Saying that, Mitsuzuri folds her arms. Regarding Sakura?
Huh? That's not it. Weren't we talking about how to get a sense of oneness within the group?
Mitsuzuri said an unfamiliar word. Oneness?
Wow, your face says that's the first time you've heard that word. Just so you know, it's got nothing to do with onions.
Okay, now I'm curious what this was in Japanese. Actually, I can change the language, can't I? Let's, let's see. Ikai kan? Wait. Can't read enough to tell what the pun was, but yeah. I can at least figure out that it's not food on my own. It probably said daikon now that I think about it, if it's ikaikan. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but oh wait, that's her.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but she's not the type to push people around her forward, right? She always seems to draw back and respect everyone else's opinions.
And that's bad?
No, not bad at all. But she doesn't want to stay like that herself.
Oh, well, that means she's got her own will as leader now. Isn't that a good thing?
In that respect, it's a relief for me too. But if she wants to throw away that security and aim higher, it's her own matter to deal with.
And that's where oneness comes in?
Yep. So, for example, had Mato been a good-for-nothing like Makidera, everyone could have been like, let's all support the captain. But lately, she's been so reliable, there's been no opportunity for even that, see?
So you're worried that if she's too flawless, the club members will lose interest? She nods with a difficult expression.
So I was wondering if there wasn't some kind of shindig we could have that would bring the whole club together.
Shindig, huh? The peculiar choice of wording does give me an idea of her mental state. What kind of club activity event or what kind of club event or shindig would make the club feel a sense of oneness? As we continue talking, we hear the first bell. We have to get to class soon. You're still in your uniform. Will you make it?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm skipping first period.
I see. Wait, that's not fine at all. Run. But even after she's retired from active duty, coming out here in the morning just to help with morning practice and talk with Sakura, Mitsuzuri sure looks out for everyone. A sense of oneness, huh? Yeah, I gotta tell her if I come up with any ideas.
Yeah, like a sleepover.
Yeah, I guess this is what that was supposed to be much earlier in the story. Because we've been kind of skipping the school thing since we get stuck here all day. The last homeroad has ended and I'm about to hit the road. Students going home, students hurrying on the way to the club building, and students just standing around talking all fill the hallway with a ruckus second only to lunchtime in terms of noisiness. I don't have work today and I don't have haven't made any plans. I just had to go straight home, but
Wait, Emiya-kun, I'd like to have a word with you in the classroom.
Fujine stops me, a serious look on her face. At times like these, she's Fujimura-sensei. As one of her students, it would be wrong for me not to respond in the same manner. What is it, Fujimura-sensei?
Don't what me. Emiya-kun, you still haven't decided what college you're going to attend, have you? Have you forgotten that I told you to submit that to me this week?
Ah, I forgot. Or rather, even though it's already October, I guess I still haven't been able to narrow down my choices. That Fujine would become Fujimura-sensei is only to be expected. I'm sorry, I still need more time. Would that be okay?
That's no good. I want it submitted by the end of the day. The only third-year students who haven't done it yet are you and Makidera-san. Get yours in before her. Well, even if it's kind of a makeshift one, I can overlook that. Here you go.
She takes out the Higher Education Aspirations report form. By makeshift, you mean just fill the blanks with something?
That's right. Being your teacher and your guardian gives me a headache, but if you don't write the report, it'll be off to the principal's office with you.
Fujimura-sensei, Fujine, breathes a deep sigh of exasperation. Got it. Alright, I'll think it over.
Good. Since I have the time, I'm going to accompany you until sunset.
About that. Until last year, I thought I'd go to a local university, but a lot of things have happened since then. You said it could just be a makeshift one, but isn't this supposed to be a pretty serious report? After getting lost a few times, I finally managed to fill out the whole Higher Education Aspirations form as sincerely as I can. Sorry for the wait. Here, Fujimura-sensei.
Great, good work. Let's see. Hey, desire number 1 is undecided. Desire number 2, study abroad. Desire number 3, law, huh? So the objective you had in mind until last year slipped all the way to the 3rd place? Is there a reason?
It's not that I lost interest, it's just that other priorities have become more important. Like, they're all about equal. I guess that's no good.
That's an unusually evasive answer coming from you. Is undecided equal to? Does it mean working after graduation?
If I find a good place, I'd like to work. You know, some place where I could be useful to everyone.
Oomph, okay, so what's with number 2, study abroad? Shiro, your English grades are nothing to write home about. Listening listening you may around with, but pronunciation will be a lot of work, right? Get it. Why would you study abroad? Is it Tosaka-san's influence?
You know, ironically, with the program we're using to study Japanese, I find that speaking with it is actually easier than listening. Not so much influence as it is resolution. If I want to really get serious into studying, I won't be able to rely on Tosaka forever. And so I thought I really should study the genuine stuff.
I see. By get serious, you mean like Kiritsugu-san?
For a moment, I was speechless. She's asking if I mean wandering from place to place somewhere abroad like my dad. Fujin knows how much I admired Kiritsugu, better than anyone else, in fact. So when I say I'll go abroad without mentioning Tosaka, she can guess what it means. Who knows? I don't know what the future holds, but I do think mine will be a different path.
I see. So you've already decided.
And so with... Oh, that's... Wait, and so with number 2 it is then. Okay, yeah. She puts the red check mark next to the number on top of the report form. Commotion of after-school club activities in the schoolyard resounds throughout the school. And yet the classroom remains lifelessly silent. Despite the fact there's me sitting at the desk and Fujine standing at her platform and looking over the higher education form, it's as silent as if the room was empty.
As a teacher, I can't suppress a student's independence, but can I ask one thing?
Sure, she says.
Shiro, are you coming back?
As if making plans for tomorrow, or maybe yesterday, gazing into the distance. I'll be back for sure, several times a year even. Can't let our house fall into disrepair, you know.
Oh, then I better be waiting. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it while you're gone, so you're free to go whenever you like.
Her sparkling smile. If I really do go to a faraway land, no matter where in the world I go, there's nothing that could cheer me up more than that smile. Thanks, Fujine. The chances aren't high, but if it comes to that, I'm leaving it in your care.
That goes for you too, Shiro. If you're going away, make sure you come back once you've grown up.
Reply with never-changing warmth. In the final autumn before my path changes for good, in an empty classroom, the two of us make yet another unbreakable promise. Wallpaper added. Ooh. Call it a day. Alright, I guess we'll finally do that school tour with Saber then. Oh, or we could do something with Ilya. What do you think?
I want to unlock their pool thing if Ilya does have one. Ilya!
Speaking of that, I was about to go out, but I stopped. I suddenly remembered the promise I made with Ilya. Today's weather is great, so we should take advantage of the opportunity. Ilya has been lazing on the living room floor. The TV is still on, a book is wide open on the table, and there are the remains of cake on a plate. She's actually bored out of her mind. It's pretty rare to see you just idling around the house, Ilya. Don't you have anything else to do today?
Nope. What a waste. I don't have to sleep until tonight, but I'm so bored.
Sprawled on the floor, she starts childishly kicking her feet. Ilya, hold on a minute. If you keep kicking like that, I can see...
Huh? What do you say, Shiro?
She let herself go. She's always been somewhat of a tomboy, but it looks like the normally well-mannered Ilya is so bored she's completely lost her refinement. Oh, well, my timing could be better. Okay, Ilya, if you have that much free time, let's go to the pool.
Wow, we actually got the pool episode.
Oh boy, here's another demonetized stream incoming. Instantly, Ilya stops her kicking.
Shiro, what did you say just now?
Well, today is pretty hot for an autumn day. If we did make a promise with Saber earlier, didn't we? So I'm saying, let's go to the pool together.
You mean with me?
With you. The only ones in the living room are you and me.
She's so happy.
The apathetic mood in the living room suddenly changes to rose-colored ecstasy.
Let's go, let's go. Let's absolutely go. Hooray! To the pool with Shiro on a date.
I'm happy that you're so thrilled about it. It's just the same pool as usual, but that's okay, right?
Of course, the rumored giant theme park. I prepared my bathing suit way ahead of time, so I'm ready to go right now.
Okay, let's head out while it's still morning. I'm almost done getting ready too.
Yeah, if we wait around, people are going to show up to get in the way, so let's go right over there now, right now. That is unacceptable, milady. Regarding your date with Emiya-sama, there are limits to such play. Ella? Didn't you go back to the castle? No, I remained behind, seeing as, according to the horoscope, your fortune was going to be the worst today, in the area of male-female relations specifically. Thus, I concealed myself in a vacant chamber, against the occasion that Emiya-sama would make an untoward advance towards milady.
Well, okay. Actually, isn't it even more bad manner to hide in an empty room in someone else's house?
Vacant room, wrong. Cellar model room, no one using for herself. Humph. It is rather demeaning, but it seems milady has chosen this lowly place as her holiday villa. I appropriated a room just in case of such an event.
I'd expect such words from a dictator, much less a rude maid.
So in short, you're eavesdropping. That's not exactly a praiseworthy hobby, Sela.
Ilya scowls at her maidservant. Yep, I'm not in agreement.
You are quite right to scold me, however. Since this concerns milady's best interests, I beg your understanding. That is, at the risk of repeating myself, I believe it is somewhat early for milady to be engaging in rendezvous such as dates. In addition, That's what? That place you call a pool. Milady cannot possibly engage in such vulgar pursuits of leisure. It may be fine for the lower classes, such as ourselves, but Lady Elisville, you are the heir to a noble bloodline. To speak of exposing your naked body to the common rabble utterly strains the limits of propriety. The only one that could possibly worship Milady's body is one that has already vowed to devote their future to her.
Ilya is taken aback. She sure is old-fashioned, is what I was thinking, but to think that she would be this adamant about it. Alright, let's put that aside for a moment. Since you think the pool is such a vulgar place, does that mean you won't go? I have a feeling I have seen a person strongly resembling Sela there once.
Uh-huh. Well, if you're asking whether I would like to go or not, that is a rather difficult question to answer.
Are we gonna see them in swimsuits?
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Stella, with me too. 3 swimsuits to look at. Awesome. Lace ret. Well, I suppose there's no crime in the pool itself. It is the throngs of people that will be there that I'm worried about. About them, then why not just reserve the whole place? What?
What? Unintentionally, my eyes meet Stella's. Ilya, when you say reserve, are you talking about reserving all of Waku Waku Splash?
That's right. What's wrong with that? I mean, when we go to the department store, we reserve the whole place for a day too. Silly Shido.
Her curious expression says. Speaking of curious, why is this princess even wasting her time here at the Emiya household?
Stella, just take care of it. I don't care how. It isn't open yet, so you can get by with just money and no magic, can you not? No, milady. That would be... Are you trying to tell me it can't be done? I am the successor to the Einsburn, and are you not its head maid? Do you dare shake your head to something I say can be done? It is possible. I can certainly arrange for an establishment of that size to be reserved right away. But milady, the question of Emiya-sama accompanying you is... Not a problem. Shido is my future consort. Isn't it natural for him to accompany me to the pool? What?
What? Unintentionally. I couldn't meet Stella's eyes. Scary. This is absolutely terrifying. And also somehow noisy.
As you wish. Then, milady, is intent on going to the pool with Emiya-sama no matter what. Is that correct? That's right. Nothing you say today will stop me.
Ilya's determination is firm. Stella takes one more worried look at Ilya and another far more annoyed one at me.
Understood. If milady is so determined, I will not stop you. We shall reserve Waku Waku Splash as you so desire. However, I also have one condition. Condition? Yes, it considers your decision to go to the pool with Emiya-sama at any cost.
The scheming maid grins broadly. Wasting no time at all, she proceeds to explain her bargaining point concisely.
Eh? That's it? Yes. It is but a small request.
Ilya and I expected much more opposition. Stella's request seems simple enough, so Ilya readily accepts her proposal. Let me correct myself. She makes the mistake of accepting Stella's proposal.
This is great pool weather. As expected of the Einsburn, you were able to reserve Splash on such a great day. I don't think I could ever spend money so frivolously, even if my life depended on it. But it is sure nice to be on the receiving end.
Wait, isn't the whole point of this place that the weather doesn't matter?
Yeah. Truly, on top of that, you went as far as to greet us, who were not even invited. You have my thanks, Ilyasville. I had misunderstood you until now. And Shido, it appears I had misunderstood you as well. Wow, it actually says that the park is temporarily closed today. Incredible. An event like this is probably once in a lifetime, isn't it?
Okay, was not expecting a harem pool scene today.
Yeah. Great job, Ilya Route. No, normally, it would never happen at all. Ilya-san, thank you so much. Today, I'll definitely be on my best behavior. Sakura, there is no need to hold back. Everyone is equal at the poolside. That is a place where one's body alone decides victory. I think you are more than suited to be the leading role. Well, you're pretty firm about that, Ryder. But isn't the goddess of the poolside supposed to be a perfectionist? She might fill out some parts well, but if the rest fall short, that'll be nothing to smile about. Speaking of which, Sakura, have you put on a bit of weight?
I think that's...
Tit for tat, I see. Certainly, you bring up a point that is cause for concern. In that case, you would probably be the best rider.
Wait.
What is it, Ryder? Is there something wrong with my shoulders? Nothing. Well, I suppose people have various personal tastes. Be it volume, proportions, or bashfulness. Considering the judge's biased preferences, the greatest opponent would be either you, Saber, or perhaps... All about balance. If your measurements aren't perfectly proportional, nothing else matters. Haven't you heard of Liebig's barrel? Nope.
Nope. Oh, okay.
But as a Japanese, you wouldn't try to top everyone else in one area? You know, like what they thought the battleship Yamato would do. I don't understand what the two of you are talking about, but Ryder, what about you? I'm out of the question. I may have a more or less attractive physique, but compared to the rest of you, I have a long way to go. Saber, you should be more appreciative of the fact that you have a wonderful figure.
The group strolls happily through the park in front of the train station. It's hard to say anything. We're in the same party as they are.
I'm sorry, Shiro.
No, I should be the one apologizing. Sorry, Ilya. It's not that I hadn't noticed Sella eavesdropping. My mistake was my carelessness in bringing up the subject of the pool within the Emiya residence in the first place.
My, what is the matter, Emiya-sama? You seem to be a little unwell. Would you not be able to escort Milady in your current state? Yep, Shiro, cheer up.
Liz claps me on the shoulder. Let's return to the conversation from an hour ago. The one condition that Sella brought out was take other people with you. What? That's it?
It's too bad, but someone like Saber would be okay. Then, is that satisfactory? Ahem, it's decided. You who would like to attend the Waku Waku Splash reservation, please come in. Is everyone eavesdropping? She came from the roof. Here! I've cancelled all my afternoon plans, so count me in. Saka? Where'd you come from? The more the merrier. Sakura, even you were eavesdropping on us? Eavesdropping carries such a negative connotation. We merely happen to be mopping this particular hallway. And Marine happened to be dusting the porch. And she was... I just remembered the leftover sweet bun I was keeping, so I was passing by on my way to the kitchen.
I was much too careless. It's been a few minutes since Ilya's shout of joy. While we weren't paying attention, the living room had been completely surrounded.
What's wrong, you two? Are we going to splash soon? Isn't it bad to be so tired when we haven't even left yet? I'm trying to decide which one of you is to blame. Humph.
She objects with half-open eyes. The bustle is nice, I suppose, but we had been hoping for a little quieter outing.
Let's go, let's absolutely go! Hooray! To the pool with Cheeto on a date!
When we think back to how happy Ilya had been, I can't think of anything to say.
Well, you're obviously upset. As always, it's written all over your face.
What do you mean, it?
Even though you're generally not picky when you don't like something, you don't hide it, is what I'm saying. So you really did want to go alone with Ilya, right?
Of course, that was the promise from the beginning.
And what if you got to be all alone? After a while, our group will be off doing their own thing anyway. Saber and company aren't an issue, and I'll keep Sella and Liz busy for you.
Tosaka quietly whispers in my ear. I'm not sure if she actually feels bad for Ilya, but her overflowing kindness is scaring me instead. Well, thanks, but I get the feeling you're scheming something.
Oh my, is my reputation truly so dubious? I, Tosaka-rin, would never stoop so low as to peek or eavesdrop on your private business. Indeed, all I wish is for you to enjoy yourself today with Ilya.
Each time you open your mouth, you sound even more suspicious. Are you really okay with leaving a guy and a girl around this age alone with each other?
Of course. I will place my trust in Emiya-kun's judgment regarding this matter. Won't it be easy to engage in some clean, wholesome socializing even without us watching?
Is that supposed to be a warning?
Well, for now, let's all have fun together. The day has only begun after all.
With a parting wave, she makes a beeline back to Saber's group. She's hopping back and forth, not unlike a piston in a reciprocating engine.
That is troubling. It's rare to find someone so obviously good-natured.
Huh?
I'm saying she's like you, Shiro, in her own way. Rina's being considerate of us. Well, the fact that she puts her own pleasure first is an important distinction from you.
With a complete change of heart, Ilya's voice is brimming with cheerfulness. It's as if her somber mood earlier was nothing but an act. You okay with this, Ilya? This isn't what I promised you.
At this point, it can't be helped. Besides, look at the bright side. You personally invited me. We've got a perfect pool to play at, and it's not every day we can all go out together, right?
Now that she mentioned it, it's no less special than going to the pool alone with Ilya. You're right, we probably wouldn't have this chance even once a year.
Right? Be a waste to not enjoy ourselves. Seize the day. It might not be what we expected, but it doesn't mean it won't be fun.
She smiles sweetly. There's still a few more minutes till we reach our destination. The cheerfulness that couldn't possibly lose to Tosaka's group, Ilya managed the rest of the journey with gusto.
I wonder if her swimsuit's going to be similar to Archer Ilya.
It's possible. I was thinking school swimsuit, personally.
Oh yeah, that could be too.
There really isn't anyone here. Facing each other like some rows of mirrors. The quiet dressing room is lined with unused lockers. I'm the only person in this room that would normally be teeming with pool goers. Though this This is obvious given that we've reserved the whole park. The fact that I'm the only man in a huge space makes me a little nervous. Okay, I'm ready. Now, we were going to meet at the poolside first. Shut my locker and head for the pool deck. On the way out, I'm troubled by the sight of a single closed locker. Stifling the urge to shout echo, I head over to the poolside. The summer rays beat down relentlessly. I spy man-made waves as far as the eye can see. Incredible. Again, for some reason, I want to shout. Had my worries about feeling lonely with such a wide-open place reserved for us, but now it's clear that those doubts were unnecessary. I want to jump in. I want to swim. I want to dive. My body itches with anticipation. Seeing such a huge, totally uninhabited pool makes me want to charge forth with a war cry and dive right in. No, all in good time. Everybody else came along, so what would they think if I ran in first by myself? It sounds like these when I have to exercise my masculine integrity. If I touch the water, I know I won't be able to take it any longer, so I head away from the pool for a bit and wait for Saber and the rest.
Sorry for the wait. It looks like you really were the first to come out, Cheeto.
Oh, Saber? I turned to face the voice behind me. Allow me to make a confession. Until now, I hadn't truly understood what a big deal it was to go to the pool with everyone.
How do I look, Cheeto? This is my first time wearing a swimsuit, so I'm not confident with the fit.
In this timeline? Her eyes show half anxiety and half anticipation. No, it's so incredible I can't say whether it's good or bad. I, who had just been whacked over the head by a surprise attack and unable to form a single coherent thought. The white color suits Saber, and the bold yet minimalist design provides a direct contrast. A bikini-style swimsuit that highlights the natural beauty of her bare skin.
Thank you. Your swimsuit suits you as well, Cheeto.
That's great, thanks. So, I wonder where Tosak and the rest are.
Reen and the others should be coming along shortly. We separated as soon as we entered the changing room. We did decide to go to the poolside without waiting for each other, however.
That's right, for the two of us, changing clothes is a simpler matter. Sakura and the others will take a while longer, it seems. Huh?
Huh?
At the sound of the second voice, a tingle runs down my spine. Just now, that voice was cool as ice came from. Oh, okay, I guess that wasn't Shiro saying that, it was whoever's next. Yeah. An alluring, sultry figure, a sharp contrast to Saber's. A black swimsuit that also suits her well, yet its design is bold in a different, adult way. It's a bikini like Saber's, but somehow I get a more mature vibe coming from her. Even so, the air of glamour around her probably comes from the fact that her slightly less revealing swimsuit nonetheless leaves a little of her curvaceous figure to the imagination. The two of us tense at the sight of Ryder. I don't know what Saber's thinking, but I have no more excuses left to beg forgiveness with. As a man, I simply can't take my eyes off of her. This is, again... I swallow the half-conceived words before they leave my mouth. After all, right after Saber, another incredibly stunning spectacle just appeared before my eyes.
Am I interrupting something? Judging by your response, I presume I have intruded upon a rather intimate exchange.
And of course, Ryder gets a completely wrong idea.
No, it is not what you think. Right, the truth is that we were just surprised. I humbly admit defeat, Ryder. Even I would be envious to have just half your stature. Saber, it pains me to say this, but the one who feels defeated is me. You fail to realize your own magnificence. If I could even have 1/10 of your beauty.
Ryder mumbles something incoherently. The two of us watch as Ryder seems to shrink back pitifully. I don't understand why you would feel that way. Ryder, you look really cool in that swimsuit. Together with Saber, it's like the greatest banquet of all time. Wow, am I pathetic? Saber's face.
I'm so happy.
I talk about food even when I'm praising someone.
Shiro, I appreciate your compliment, but I cannot accept the way you present it. There is no woman in this world who would be happy being called cool.
Really? But isn't having your swimsuit figure praised the highest compliment? A third challenger... Oh, again, someone else's line. A third challenger appears. I'm ready for anything. After the nuclear strike that was Saber and Ryder, nothing could possibly faze me now. Turn my head towards a new voice, who I assume is Rin. And there... Yep. Making a gorgeous display, she walks up in a red swimsuit.
What do you think? For women, swimsuits are like battle uniforms. Wouldn't you agree that they're more about style than cuteness?
Without thinking, we awkwardly nod at Tosaka, her attire brimming with confidence. First white, then black, and now a flashy red bikini.
She was so shy for her pool scene, but now she's like, yo, check me out.
It's the kind of design I'd otherwise feel embarrassed to even look at, but the person in question carries herself with such magnificence that I could stare at it with a clean conscience all day.
So, thoughts, Emiya-kun?
It's definitely your style to put me in a complete loss for words, Tosaka. For she's certainly elegant, but at the same time, there's a loveliness about her that I regrettably will have to leave to myself.
A uniform, I see. Even a magus who cannot contend in hand-to-hand can fight with a swimsuit, and it appears ideal for underwater combat as well. Indeed, you wear it with grace, as befits you, Rin.
Ryder hangs her head as she acknowledges Tosaka's splendor.
Thanks, but you know, I can only look like this because all of you are here. What is that supposed to mean? I mean, everyone has their own style, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. If you don't bring out your own special traits, you'll fall behind. Overall, proportions-wise, Ryder's got no equal.
Saber nods in assent with Tosaka's sensei's lecture, but Ryder isn't so quick to agree.
So, is that your pet theory? What a shameless woman, how typical of a Tosaka to crave the limelight.
I think that might be Ilya, or... Everyone turns to face the unexpected retort. Four speakers enter the conversation without anyone noticing. That is, without a doubt. Oh no, it's Sella.
Wait, what?
Who?
I did not expect green and yellow.
Tosaka and I stare intently at the fourth woman. At our rude gazes, the silver-haired woman's face becomes clouded with a frown. Hey, wait. Silver hair? Red eyes? That manner of speech. Sella?
Humph, we have no need to expose ourselves any more than is necessary. It is only natural that you would not recognize me now that I've taken off my formal garments.
I was wondering because I was thinking it's a little early for Ilya because we still have Sakura, and I can't really imagine her wearing anything other than her usual maid uniform. Even though her brilliant green bathing suit is just a one piece, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's probably because Stella herself always has this prim and proper air about her. Facial expression aside, the phrase ideal woman springs to mind.
Why are you giving me such looks? If you've any complaints, then out with it. I am simply dressing in accord with my lady's wishes. Though it may be of little import in the eyes of uncultured strangers, I am well aware that I should not flaunt myself thus before acquaintances.
Stella hastily covers her body. Sure, she might not have much confidence in her own looks, but...
You don't care if strangers see you, but you do if it's us? No, that's not it. Now I get it. You sure are stubborn, Stella-san. It's not mere acquaintances that you're worried about, but the eyes of our boy, Emiya-kun. Yeah, what are you insinuating? I am merely ashamed of displaying my body, the imperfect offshoot that I am of the noble Einstein line. Even if you were embarrassed by not being able to match Ryder's proportions, weren't you? Not really. Maybe I can't beat her with sheer volume, but I don't lose to her in terms of balance. And what's wrong with that? We all have our own strong points when it comes to wearing our swimsuits. Weren't the comic faces Emiya-kun was making proof enough of that? Whether it's Saber, Ryder, me, you, or anyone else, we all have our own charms. There's no reason to feel shame just because you don't match up to someone else in one particular area.
Tosaka's expression freezes.
I have a feeling, yep. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
The subject of her gaze and the anxious odor of this fifth voice rushes over in a fluster. With all her might, Tosaka tries to continue her speech. And everyone had their own charms in a swimsuit. That losing to someone else's figure in one area was no cause for concern. It's very nice of her to be saying this, it really is. But her reaction is understandable too. I mean, what's up with that? Ryder, she can overlook. She's older than us and a foreigner, and originally a goddess of fertility. It's not hard to believe she's cut from a different cloth than the rest of us. But seeing this girl, younger than all of us and a blood-related sister, sporting guns as high caliber as that, is certainly enough to make even Tosaka tremble, let alone create trouble for me.
Sakura, you...
Tosaka's former aplomb gives way to melancholy. Her eyes bore into Sakura's chest.
Yes? What is it, Nessan? Like you need to ask, did you get even bigger?
At the start, Sakura freezes in her tracks. Tosaka's tone is dripping with something more akin to death agony than her usual sarcasm. How should I put it? It's like she's clinging to her last shred of reason and asking a normal question that any older sister would ask. Nevertheless...
No, Sakura. Rin is simply trembling in awe of your bust size, which seems to have grown again.
With a single sentence, Ryder draws a line between the strong and the weak in this battle.
You, Nessan? Is that what all of it is? It's okay, there's nothing to be worried about, you know? Everyone has their own charms in a swimsuit. It can't be helped if you're completely hopeless in one area, right? You said it yourself, didn't you? The most important thing is balance, right, Nessan?
Sakura smiles so smug I can almost hear the oh ho ho gloating in her voice.
Uh, I won't forget this, Sakura! Excellent work. Not only have you struck the first victory against Rin, you've completely shattered her resolve. That is our Sakura for you. Yep, we did it, Ryder. My bust size is without equal.
The devil has fled. However, this has only led to the birth of an even more fearsome demon. Hey Sakura, it's not like Tosaka had anything malicious in mind, you know? No, rather, she didn't bear Sakura even a millimeter of ill will.
You're too naive, Senpai. The poolside is a battlefield of all women. And those without strength deserve only to run home in tears. Here, chest size is at a strategic asset.
Sakura's getting fired up like we've never seen her before, and Ryder is dutifully extolling the tyrant's words with applause.
Sakura, those are dangerous thoughts. Those who believe might is right will only fall to even greater strength. You ought to reconsider. There is still time to go and reconcile with Rin, who has now fallen to such despair that she seems to be gulping down juice by the liter. Do not worry, Saber-san. There are no enemies that could challenge me after all. Today, Waku Waku Slash will undoubtedly be the best day of Mato Sakura's life. Today, not Saber-san, not even Ne-san, no. I can't lose. To anyone. Bring on the next maid.
A bolt of lightning crashes down. Sakura is overflowing with unprecedented confidence. It's hopeless. If she shows me those, I'll definitely have to cast my vote for... No, wait. What the hell is that? Okay, what do you think for Lacerit?
Well, since... You know, Sella was wearing green and yellow, I was thinking they were gonna wear like their respective colors, like blue and black, but
I can see some blue
let's
on
have her
her.
come out with another neon color, like neon pink and yellow.
Wait. Saber, you knew?
Yes, when we were changing, she had me help her with them.
We both let out some sighs of exasperation.
Senpai? Saber-san, what's the matter? Why do you look like you've seen something impossible?
What's the matter? Yeah, that's exactly it, Sakura. Oh,
Regrettably, your reign over the world was short-lived, Sakura. Oh, come on, Ryder. Ooh, don't turn your head away from me like that.
timidly, Sakura follows her gaze. And there... Oh, purple.
Wait, that's impossible. Oh, purple.
Yep. Surpassing even Sakura, the sixth challenger enters the fray.
Sella, what happened?
Goes without saying who the next person is. The other maid, Liz, also known as Lacerit.
Nothing to concern yourself over, Lacerit. That was just the pitiful howl of a whipped loser. A loser? Sakura? Yeah, Liz, your sensuit had such overwhelming power that Sakura had no choice but to surrender.
I think that might have been... Oh. That might have been Shiro's line, but... like the duck.
But for power to be crushed by even greater power... this is the first time that lesson has struck home so deeply. Now you understand, Sakura. That's right, balance is definitely essential. Humans should never get hung up on one thing. Yes, I realize that now, Nessan. It seems I still have much to learn about the ways of the world.
And so the losers renew their bonds of sisterly love. But seriously, you two look great. Since you don't give the impression of being very outgoing, I wasn't sure if you would be alright coming to the pool. What a waste. If I had known, I would have invited you all out sooner. Though you yourself would probably feel better knowing the two of them are around.
I would have to refuse, and I do in fact show up to relax at the pool once in a while.
Oh, really?
Right. I do catch sight of her from time to time. Yep, because no stream in forest, and Sela loves swimming. Enough about my pastimes. What about the young lady, Laceret? Were you not in charge of helping her to get dressed? Yep. See, Ilya here now.
Yeah. I look around wondering when she appeared. I'm still going to say school swimsuit. What are you thinking?
Summer Ilya.
No.
The archer one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not really. Summer Ilya I remember as being more frilly.
Yeah, this is new. Hey, that is not what I was expecting. Just a reminder, YouTube, she is an adult. Huh, there's something wrong with me. Vision's gone out of focus, and oddly enough, I'm unable to form any words.
Oh, lovely. It really suits you, Ilyasville. Yeah, really, to think that your whole image would change so much. I now have a way different view of the color pink. Somehow, it makes your heart race, doesn't it, Senpai?
Yeah. At the sound of Sakura's voice, I absolutely not in agreement.
Emiya-sama, do you still not have any words for milady?
Cella's polite speech almost seems like a foreign language to me. My blank mind is unable to come up with a reply.
Emiya-sama. Ask Sel. It's obvious in the look on Shido's face. But, milady, this is once in a lifetime, no. I doubt that Emiya Shido would ever receive such an honor again, no matter how many times he's reborn. He should be given an opportunity to respond to it.
Does Summer count in FGO?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, that's Prisma Ilya, which is technically a different Ilya from this one. We need a Summer C and I.
Oh, now you're just exaggerating, Sela. Shido is just an awe. I'd welcome that any day.
Ilya merrily skips towards the water. With a flourish in her glimmering silver hair, she suddenly turns and says,
Thank you all for waiting so long. Now, allow me to declare an official start to everybody play their hearts out at Splash Day.
a gun salute accompanies her opening remarks. Thus, the curtain rises on the never-ending summer festival that began with a whimsical idea. Time flew by like sand in a funnel.
What?
Splitting into two teams, we ran events like the 100-meter relay, beach volleyball from hell, turning the current in the flow pool lounge up to maximum, a great rubber boat survivor battle, and so forth.
It's horrifying.
Yeah. Nearly running out of ideas for games involving a large number of people, we finally settled down for lunch at 1 o'clock. I've been taking advantage of the break to relax on a bench. I don't know if Ilya's group is resting as well. They seem to be splashing around in the wave pool. Sakura and the rest are clearly having fun, but Ilya, but Ilya, I simply can't look at with a straight face. But man, what a sight. Could it be that I've gotten myself lost in some unbelievable paradise? Looking at it from the side, it truly is an awesome view. Oh, wait.
Mel?
Okay. Shiro's talking to someone, but I'm not sure who it is. It's either Rin or Sella, I guess.
Yes, it is quite nice today, isn't it? That isn't something you see every day.
Right? As unsociable as I'm said to be, I still feel the urge to jump right in.
Surely, keeping your male reproductive instinct in check in this situation must pose a certain problem to you, no?
Nah, that much I don't have to hold back. We share a hearty chuckle. Okay. It's Kid Gil. That makes more sense. What did you get here?
I beg your pardon? I was sure you saw me earlier, but might you have failed to notice me? In that case, my apologies. I suppose that salutations are overdue.
He did mention the locker earlier, but I assumed it was Archer. I hate that. No matter how well behaved he may act, it'll never be enough to put my mind at ease. So what are you doing here? This park is reserved today, you know.
Of course I know. I was the one who authorized the reservation after all. What?
When you say you authorized it, you're telling me...
Yes, I am the owner of this establishment.
Of course he is.
Alrighty.
He answers plainly. Right, let's not think too hard about that for now. No wonder the name is so terrible. Well, that's fine, but even if you own the place, it's no excuse to crash someone else's party.
Well, it's not exactly the usual thing to do, but perhaps you would have preferred the red and blue guys show up instead of Oni-san. Earlier, I caught them attempting to trespass, so I chased them off for you.
Thank you. It seems I've completely misunderstood you this whole time. I friendly shake his hand. He returns the handshake with a happy smile. In that very moment, our acquaintance was forged into a true friendship, if only for a single day. Serves him right, those damn macho servant duo. I'm grateful that you drove off those interlopers, but I can't help but think you have some other aim here.
Not at all, not even one bit. Those who interfere in others' love, my heart's desire is not here in any case.
Your heart's desire? If I recall, he's not talking about Saber. For some reason, his tastes are different when he's in this form.
Saber-san isn't too bad, I must admit. I have no interest in snakes, nor do I care for artificial flowers. As for the Manga sisters, well, perhaps if I have free time.
Hold on a second. I just remembered Kid Gil's Valentine's present. I've got the list here in my video archives. Just YouTube wants to load for me.
Wasn't it like a swimsuit thing?
Yeah.
You could either hang out with guys or girls?
Yeah, and its name was Waku Waku Zabun VIP ticket.
Oh!
Wow. That was actually a reference to this. Yeah. It's cool. Okay, get my stuff back up. Okay. Again, he lets it all out nonchalantly. He's either the man who's only interested in one girl, or the boy who will steal the attention of anyone who he cares to. Either one comes with his own dangers.
Speaking of which, Oni-san, Which one is the apple of your eye? If you know your favorite already, it's not the best time to be sitting around idly, I would dare say.
Ugh. I know that even without you saying it to my face. I finally recall why we went so far out of our way to come here. Right, I guess I was pretty wishy-washy back there. Wait, were you... Did he sneak over here after watching and being unwilling to just let it pass? No way, I'm overthinking it.
Oh, are you going already?
Yeah, I have to teach Ilya how to swim. He makes an expression I just can't fault. I thought I heard him mutter,
Was no need to interfere after all. Right, well then, some other time. I shall withdraw, so take your time and enjoy yourselves.
pushing his way through the tall grass. The childlike owner of Splash leaves like a gentleman. Right then. I stand up from the bench and slap my cheeks. Hey, Ilya. I call over to Ilya while waving. It's a little late, but I'm fulfilling my promise now. Anyway, first the plan was to work up plenty of spirit and use it to set up a swimming class for Ilya, but...
Look, I'm doing fine, right? I can swim now.
What? Mission accomplished. Ilya, who hadn't taken part in the 100-meter relay earlier this morning, is putting on a fantastic show of the front crawl. That's incredible. You might even be a better swimmer than I am, Ilya.
I don't get to swim often, but it's my specialty of specialties. If I felt like it, I could brave stormy seas. But that's tiring.
Sorry. Stop.
So I won't.
I might have made her upset. Until I brought her out to the middle of the wave pool, she had been in a good mood. Sorry, but since you can swim, Ilya, there are now lots more things we can do in the afternoon. Let's form a team and take down Ryder and Saber next.
Yeah, sure, I'd like that, but... Before that, let's rest for a bit more.
That's what she says, but she makes no move to get out of the pool. Seems like Ilya just wants to float here for a while. And we'll stay here a while longer. But seriously, you're really good at swimming, Ilya. Did Sella teach you how?
Huh? I'm the one who taught Sel, you know. Sel's a bit scatterbrained, but she loves the water. I can't recall how many times I've had to save her from drowning.
No way, Sella's bad at physical exercise?
Being bad at it is one thing, but she's completely hopeless. But she insisted water is the source of our lives, so I must learn to embrace it, and kept begging me to teach her. And thanks to that, I became a good swimmer. Really, I knew how to swim in nothing but theory back then.
She laughs happily. That's good. At least it looks like I cheered her up a little. Hold on, so you learned to swim on your own?
That's right. I am a mermaid, after all. For sure, I can at least learn swimming from the water itself.
Same as before. At Ilya's smile, my mind goes oddly blank. The floating, dizzying feelings is close to vertigo, but definitely not it. First... Wait. Look, I know I shouldn't be thinking these things, but it's like this. See, stop. Don't go there. Hey, Ilya, let's swim. Let's make a lap around the wave pool and head back to Saber and the rest. Trembling, I frantically shake my head in denial.
No, projected. I said I wanted to rest, didn't I? If you're bored, okay, Shiro. Let me ask you a question.
Question?
Right, you've seen everyone in their swimsuits by now. Who's the prettiest one among us?
Who's the prettiest one?
Right, which one?
That's a tough one. Everyone is just as pretty. No, that probably won't fly.
Please, you're hopeless. Then what about Saber? What do you think of her, Shiro?
Saber is... yeah, she's fit and prim and pretty like a lone flower.
Then next, how about Ryder?
Ryder is pretty too, but more than that, she has a mature look to her. Her beauty is like how I would describe an Olympic athlete.
Then what about Rin?
Kosaka's just brilliant. I mean, hers is the easiest to understand of them all. She keeps sinking lower.
And Sella?
Sella is... yeah, she and Liz were pretty unexpected. I'm surprised to see how pretty the two of them were.
Sakura?
Sakura's pretty too, and I'm also never sure where to point my eyes when I look at her. I mean, she just has that wholesome, scary sexiness to her, you know? Ilya cut off her questions. With a small splash, she sinks into the water a little.
Alright, what about me?
And that's when she hurls at me. I hang my head. That's right. I think everyone is about equally beautiful, but if I had to choose one above all... Ilya, you made my heart race the most. Damn it, at this point, there's no point in lying to myself any longer. The sudden loss of integrity isn't a lie at all. Ilya in her swimsuit really did charm me to the point that my head went blank. My heart is throbbing even now. Yeah, what about you, Ilya? Scratching my cheek, I managed to meet her gaze as I asked the question.
Yeah, mine too, Shiro.
Throwing her arms around my neck, Ilya pushes me into the water.
Shiro, you idiot. I've been waiting 3 whole hours. I was just about to start hating you.
She spins around, still attached to my neck. But I made it in time, didn't I? We still got all afternoon. So where do we go next, Ilya?
The water slides. With Saber and the rest, of course, for making me wait all morning. I'm gonna show you off to everybody.
The splash she makes is as big as her voice is loud. Like a child who's been waiting forever for her birthday to come, Ilya's little body positively brims with excitement. Alright, it's gonna be scary from here. Let's show them the power of our relationship. With Ilya riding piggyback, we hurry over to the pool where everyone else is waiting. Happy voices ring out even louder. Just like the never-ending summer catchphrase. The best day of our lives will continue for a little longer. Soon, evening was upon us. I guess even the wildest party at a reserved splash could not escape the setting sun.
I'm exhausted. Whose bright idea was it to have us race around all the pools? Without a doubt, my whole body is going to ache tomorrow morning. But it was fun. Until today, I'd always been too embarrassed to try things like the 5-meter diving board. Using the food stand's griddle to make lunch was also quite ingenious. It is not often we get to cook yakisoba together. Your cooking was terrible. On the other hand, your lottery luck is outrageous to the point of being unfair. Why must you make other people, myself in particular, suffer for the disasters you have caused yourself?
Just as it did in the beginning, our group causes a loud commotion, leaving hours of joy behind us. Walking a distance behind the others, Ilya and I watched their smiles. I don't just casually observe them. It's not something that I'll probably see again, so I look hard and carve this sight into my memory.
Well, the special treatment ends today, Shiro. Take a good rest. When we get home, the usual evening will be waiting.
Thanks for the reminder, but don't worry, I won't be going out tonight. After swimming so much today, I'm completely beat. It's taking everything I have just to walk home. The nostalgic scent of chlorine comes from my body, which spent the whole day in the swimming pools. Falling asleep tonight, the events of today that went by so quickly will be projected on my eyelids instead.
Alright, we'll say our goodbyes at Miyama. Sel and Lizard really pushed themselves today, and I need to return to the castle tonight.
I see. Well, see you tomorrow, Ilya.
Yeah.
She nods. Like older brother and younger sister, or was it older sister and younger brother? We walk through the darkening town together. Suddenly, as if meeting me for the first time, Ilya gives an exaggerated bow.
Today was fun, Shiro. Thank you for remembering that small, easily overlooked promise.
I should be the one thanking you, though I'm sorry I had to come so late.
Yeah, someday. Let's come here again, Oni-chan.
The sky seems awfully distant. Gradually, the sunlight disappears from the ground. Today was undoubtedly a glorious day. Unlike the fading sunlight, the memories we've created today will last forever. Huh. She didn't get a CG though, did she?
No, sadly.
Yeah. Alright, entry hall. Now we can do that tour with Saber. That's right, I made a promise with Saber. Today's a day off. I couldn't ask for better timing. Saber's shoes. Good, they're here. I'll strike while the iron's hot. First off, I have to contact Fujine at school, then the two of us will leave this house behind for a while. Surprisingly, the plans were made quite smoothly. All it took was a phone call to the school archery club, and when I broached the subject of a school tour with Fujine,
Oh, you're coming today? Go ahead. I already asked the vice principal for you. Oh, and bring me lunch, okay?
with that I easily got an okay from her. I spent an hour making lunch, but that only took until about 10 a.m. It was just something that suddenly came to mind, and the tour would have been just as fine in the afternoon, but
No, if we're going to go, let's go now. Do not worry about my plans. Not at all. I mean, she does nothing all day after all.
Saber pressured me into it with unusual enthusiasm. But isn't it a little sudden, Saber?
What of it, Shiro?
I'm saying there's no need to rush. The tour of the school will only take half a day, so we could have spent a little more time getting ready.
No, this is sufficient. Shiro, are you not usually more lighthearted when heading to school? So please go in the spirit of attending school normally, without taking the time to brace yourself.
Attending normally, huh? Got it. We'll try that.
Yes, now let us make haste, Shiro. If we do not hurry, the thing you call a lunch break will start without us. Priorities.
Yep. Saber urges me hurriedly. Just what about this does Saber enjoy so much? We take the usual path up the hill. I steal a glance at Saber and I was just thinking, we haven't seen this particular background like all game. She's making a face I can't quite read. I try a few different things, but in the end we arrive at the school gate before I'm about to gauge Saber's intentions. Huh? It might just be my imagination, but the school actually seems livelier than usual.
Shido, I thought today was supposed to be a holiday.
Yeah, that's weird. Even though club activities are still going, it shouldn't be this busy. Ah, I see. Cultural festival.
Ooh,
Right, the cultural festival is coming up soon. If there are any classes doing major events, it wouldn't be strange at all to see lots of people here.
cultural festival? Is that some kind of fair held on school grounds?
Yep, once a year we have a festival run exclusively by students. Looks like some of them are here making preparations. But there's no need to worry about them. It's still only about 30 people. Saber falls silent. Until now she hadn't had such bold attitude, but that composure is suddenly gone. Would you want to see the school without anyone here?
No, that is not it. It is just that if other students are here, I am sure it'll be trouble for you, Shido. That is, if I had known that it would be like this, I would have borrowed a school uniform from Rin.
Wait, what? The prospect shocks me beyond words. Saber would wear a Homurahara uniform? What is this unprecedented image in my head? Tosaka's uniform would probably be too big on Saber. No. Above that, would it look good on her? No, I mean, in other words, we'd be like classmates and... Let's go home, Saber, right away. It's okay, even if Tosaka is out, there's always Sakura's.
But if you think about it, I would still be treated as a visitor. If I wore a Homurahara uniform, would not that be complicated to explain?
She sees through me in only 3 seconds. She sees through it. Yeah. With the same calm she displays in battle, Saber arrives at the logical conclusion.
My apologies, Shiro. Despite asking you to proceed as you normally would, I am fussing over needless things myself. Shiro, is something the matter? You look terribly depressed.
No, it's nothing. You're right, Saber. Like you said, your regular clothes are nothing to fuss about, so let's go inside. My delusion ends. Dropping my shoulders with a great sigh, I turn towards the school building. After seeing me enter, Saber passes through the gate naturally. I like how he's more excited to see her in a school uniform than a swimsuit.
Yep.
For now, let's head to the archery club. I'm prepared for the attention that Saber will receive, but I'd like to enjoy the day until lunch is over. Oh, wait. I'm going to assume Makidera, but...
Holy shit! Emiya, Emiya from 3C just brought a blonde foreigner to school?
Just as my plan goes into effect, back to the drawing board. Of all people, that human soap... Goto. I wouldn't have forgot about him. Of all people, that human soapbox Goto just had to be stretching with the track and field club. They still won't draw him, though. I don't know why. Like, he's in several scenes. Why didn't they just use the art they had for him? Say what? A sudden cry rises from the entire boys' track club. I guess Saber's radiance is visible even from far away. A horde of male athletes, always hungry for cute girls, races over in a stampede and forms a circle around us to ogle Saber. A pain in the ass now obstructs our path to the archery dojo. What a babe, is she a model? Here for a photo shoot? Or maybe my waifu that I've never been told about? Hell no. Maybe she's here for us. Maybe she wants to join the track club. It's okay, even if you're not a student. I'd be fine with you even if you weren't a girl.
Oh my.
A transfer student wouldn't make sense. Not now. Look, I bet she's some school official. You know, our English teacher sucks anyway. If she's here as an English teaching assistant. Poor Fujimura. Little girl teacher. Ooh, give me a hug. God, don't even joke about that. Do you want me to repeat another year? Howling, slavering beasts. Gutless ones, though. Keeping 20 meters out, they've only surrounded and observed Saber from a distance so far.
Shiro, is that the cultural festival?
No, it's just an obstacle. You definitely shouldn't look down on them like animals. They might appear to be a troublesome pack, but there's a very good reason they've become that way. That's because...
Huh? No way. Hey, Yukichi. Mikane. Look over there. It's Saber-san. It's Saber-san. Phew. She's gorgeous as always. Damn it.
Yeah, as you come to think of it, like, this is a story scene, so she definitely met Makidara by now. With a Yahoo! The rampaging train kicks a circle of boys aside and charges in. Like I was saying, that's because there sure is a lack of cute girls in the track and field club.
Ouch. Yo, you've got a lot of free time as usual, Emiya. So, what you doing today? Here to show off that beauty to the morons here?
Makidara Kaede. The archetypal girls track and field club member is energetic as always.
Aw, really is Saber-san and Emiya-kun? Hello, it's been a while. Good morning to you too, Emiya-kun.
And this young lady is Saigusa Yukika. As far as track and field club members go, she's an exceptional representative. Yo, morning.
Good morning, Yukika. You remembered me. Yes, I'm happy that wasn't the only time we met.
Frantic atmosphere quickly calms down. And that's our grand morning. That's how our grand morning went.
Give me some love here. What's up with you, giving Yukika all attention but ignoring me? It has been a long time, Kaede. Since you are in uniform, your club activities must be over. It is a shame I did not get to see your superb running. Thanks.
The moment Saber speaks to her, Makidara stops and suddenly becomes acutely aware of her surroundings. I'm not sure what it means.
Hey, Emiya, got a minute?
What now? We're in a hurry, so make it quick.
Saber-san is a foreigner, right? Neither of her parents are Japanese, right?
No, she's a saber. Huh? Raised eyebrows. What is this girl saying all of a sudden? It's what it looks like. Saber's pure English. Well, I don't actually know if she's pure-blooded or anything like that. Matters of race aside, Saber's got some other unbelievable issues.
I knew it. What should I do, Emiya? I can't speak any foreign languages.
She clings to me in tears. How should I put this? Makidara...
Maki-chan, Saber-san has always spoken Japanese. She just said, it has been a long time. What? You mean Saber-san didn't say, bring me the most beautiful girls in your school? Mwahaha. So it's you, Kaede and Makidara. Time to die? What? In a sense, if that were to be true, life would be so much easier. Oh, Himuro. Good morning. Good timing. I'll leave them to you.
Oh, that's Shiro's line. Oh, Hiro, good timing. I'll leave them to you.
I got it. Sorry, Emiya. These little animals are just having their territorial instincts flare up. Because they see someone unfamiliar on campus. They're harmless, so please ignore them. Hey, who are you calling a monkey? Wait, you mean Yukichi, right? By the way, what are the two of you doing here today?
Well, impressive. She easily cuts straight to the heart of the matter.
I came for a tour of the school. Shiro agreed to show me around. Who's Shiro? Wait, you mean Yukichi, right? Totally. Wow, then Saber-san, could you be planning to transfer here?
She really is impressive. There isn't a hint of spite inside Goose's voice. He's obviously thoroughly used to Makidera's performances already.
No way! Come on, say something. I'm lonely. I'm fine with being called a monkey. Just look at me. Maki-chan, Emiya-kun's first name is Shiro-kun. You're in a different class, so you probably didn't know. You're so nice, Yukichi. But no thanks, there's no way I remember Emiya's name. Sorry again. Makidera's just the kind of coward who can't help but act like a jerk. What you say? Whose side are you on, Kane? The side that likes peace and quiet. Now, Saber-san, is it true you've come to tour the school because you are transferring here? No, that is not the case. I just want to see what the school looked like.
That's right, Fujimura-sensei said that cultural exchange is important.
Miss Fujimura? I see, indeed. She's the one teaching English. It wouldn't be unusual for her to arrive at that conclusion. So, what are you trying to say, Kane? To put it simply, I am talking about the cultural exchange. She likely wished for Saber to observe a lifestyle that isn't normally visible, and likely to be very different from her own. And I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but perhaps she hoped that interacting with a person from abroad could help build confidence when dealing with foreign languages in general. Not bad for Fujimura-sensei. I just thought she was a cool, violent hooligan.
Takes one to know one, Makidera.
I see. Taiga even thought that far ahead as an educator.
Well, she is a school teacher after all. So she's carefree concerning most things in life, but wise when it comes down to things that matter. Well, our field trip did get approved quickly, with Fujine having taken care of it well in advance.
By the way, Emiya, what's in that bag?
This is the lunch I promised Fujimura-sensei. For starters, we're going to deliver it to the archery range.
Then you better hurry. We'll drive off the crowd of boys gathering over there. Yeah, they're just skipping practice and chit-chatting. That's why they'll never make it past qualifying. Then excuse us. Saber-san, please enjoy the rest of your day. I will, Yukika. Do not go through too much trouble on my behalf.
With a quick bow, Yukika hurries to help the two. No, rather, to stop Makidera from further abusing the boys' track team. The three of them balance each other out unbelievably well. Well, let's go deliver the lunch.
Yes, let us head to the archery range first, Shiro.
The dojo is quiet. I wonder if club activities are only scheduled in the afternoon today. In the heart of the still empty dojo, a tiger just lay sprawled on the floor, springs up to her feet.
Shiro, you're late. I got so tired waiting I thought I was going to turn into a rug.
You already have. Just now, you most definitely have, Fujine. Sorry for the wait, but you're the one who ordered this much food. You wouldn't have had to wait, or you would have had to wait 1 or 2 hours anyway. I put, or rather pile up, lunch boxes I've been carrying onto the ground. That's enough food for about 6 people.
Excellent, excellent. Fine work, Shiro. This much should be enough. There's lunch for me, Sakura-chan, Shiro, and Saber-chan, and Mitsuzuri-san. It's a lot of food. Taiga, may I take lunch here? Of course. You've come all this way to see the school, so it would be a waste if we didn't do something special. But I am not in the club. Don't sweat the small stuff. You're a visiting guest at the school. It doesn't matter if you're your club member or not, and besides, Saber-chan, you're Shiro's guardian. No, you're part of the family. If we had a parents' day here, I'd want you to come for sure. I am Shiro's relative? Well, that certainly seems to have become the case, but... Fine, it's fine. Ryder-san's always here too, though I don't know where she wandered off to just now. Meaning, Saber-chan, you're here all by yourself, right? So... you ought to do this once in a while too. Taiga, thank you for your consideration. Including that matter from earlier, today my respect for you has only grown. You truly are different when you're at school.
Yeah. From behind Saber... Oh, no. From behind Saber, someone wholeheartedly agrees.
Senpai, Saber-san, welcome. Hey, good work. Sorry, but I heard you were treating us today. Excuse us. The two of you must have had club activities today. Yes, today we started in the afternoon. Mitsuzuri-senpai and I were in a meeting for the cultural festival this morning. Honestly, I can't believe we got so little done. I'm ready to give up. They received way too many applications for food events, and our club's members are strangely incompetent. I'm sorry. I know the most useless one is me. Ah well, we'll manage if it comes down to it. We can always make Minori dance. Wait, no. If we're going to put on a dance show, then shouldn't we have a master right here? Hey, Saber-san. Are you free on the day of the festival? If you don't have anything else planned, we could use your help. Huh? My help? Yep, as long as you're fine with it. Would you mind lending a hand to our performance? Saber-san, you're talented and you'll stand out on stage. Not to mention that you're overwhelmingly better than Fujimura-sensei with a sword. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, you're way better than anyone else.
At a loss for words, Saber remains silent. Hold on, Mitsuzuri, you're just going to embarrass Saber by being so sudden. She isn't even in the archery club to begin with.
But she isn't unrelated either, right? Isn't that what Fujimura-sensei said earlier, that Saber-san's part of the Emiya family? I don't see anything wrong with her participating in the cultural festival. How about that?
Her face retorts with brimming confidence. Well, yeah.
What now? Are you against Saber-san coming to our cultural festival, Emiya?
God, like hell I would be. If Saber comes wearing a Homurahara uniform, I'll have no regrets of these past 3 years. Saber's blushing.
See, it's settled then. Hey Saber-san, just think about it a little. Fujimura-sensei and Emiya have already said this much. Yes, I will treasure the opportunity. If you will have me, it would be my pleasure.
Saber's voice is gentle. What's with me? What's with me? For just a moment, even though I'm not upset or anything, my chest grew tight.
Alright, it's decided, let's have lunch. Come on, Cheeto, open up those lunch boxes. My stomach is growling, so hurry, hurry.
Ugh, way to ruin a tender moment. Alright, I got it. Sakura, help me out with the tea.
Okay. It's fine, Emiya, I'll handle it. I'm the one being treated, so let me do this much at least.
See, in that case, Sakura, I'll leave the lunchboxes and Fujine's guard duty to you. Don't look away even for a second.
Hey, Shiro, what's that supposed to mean? Yes, no early starts for you, not even one piece. Now then, Sensei, shall we unpack the lunches? Sure, I wonder what's for today.
After finishing lunch, we leave the archery range. The sacks of lunchboxes were weighing down our tour earlier, so they stay behind. We'll let Fujine take them home while we continue touring the school.
Thank you for the meal. The lunch was very good, as always, Shiro.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Though, to tell the truth, I wanted to eat on the roof. Well, how about next time we get a chance?
Yes, by all means. According to Rin, you often take your meals on the rooftop or in the student council room.
We put the archery range behind us. Next is, yeah, since you mentioned it, we might as well visit the student council room. I see students scattered throughout the school building, so Issei might be there too. We head towards the student council room. By now I've gotten used to the high-pitched squeals whenever we pass students or classrooms in the hallways. Have I just learned to tune it out, or am I not even noticing them? Saber walks through the somewhat, considering it's a hallway, crowded halls with composure. Huh? Ah. Oh. And unexpectedly we come across Mr. Kusuki. Of course, we're at school, so it's natural he would be here. Good morning. Oh. Good morning, although it seems to have passed already. Are you in good health, Emiya? A strange tension fills the air. Saber's expression is somewhat tense as well. Kuzuki fixes Saber with a hard gaze. He's no Magus, but he's still Caster's master. He might take Saber's presence in the school as a sign of an upcoming battle. Kuzuki-sensei, Saber is... I heard from Fujimura-sensei. Take your time showing her around until the school closes. Yes, thank you. I was the one who misunderstood. This person isn't one to fight without reason. I should be the one thanking you. Please feel free to come by later. I think that's Saber's line.
I will, if there is time.
With a good day, Kuzuki goes on his way. He walks away silently as always, with superbly balanced, flawless footwork. Hold on, Saber. What just happened? Why would Kuzuki be grateful to Saber?
It is nothing important. Occasionally, Caster asks me to help her with her side business.
Business? Caster has a job? What's up with that incredibly shitty explanation? There's no way someone like her could possibly be hurting for money, right? After all, she's one of a kind Magus. Feats like turning lead into gold would be child's play for her.
That is what I initially thought as well. But she said something about the type of labor that enriches the spirit as being a different endeavor from that of acquiring material wealth. Though honestly, where did she receive those orders from? There weren't any dresses of that sort even in my time.
Saber grumbles about something. Anyway,
Well, that's another matter, but as long as she thinks it's worth doing.
it appears Saber did not mind it either. Excuse us, as I thought. No one but Issei here. Hello there, Emiya. I was wondering who it was. He looks up at me from some documents and a calculator. Seems you brought Saber as well. I see, you must be the school's visitor I've been told about. Issei nods. Though he universally regards the female population with scorn, Issei seems to have taken an unusual liking to Saber. According to him, he felt her divine presence or something. I shall make some tea. Please feel free to help yourself, Saber-san.
Thank you. It is good to see you again, Issei.
Are we keeping you? If you're busy, we can... Are we keeping you? If you're busy, we can come back. I don't mind. These are all routine tasks, nothing requiring urgent attention. Leaving Issei to serve the tea, I take a seat alongside Saber. We can hear the clamor of club activities coming through the window. By the way, Emiya, why did you decide to bring Saber-san here of all places? Of all places you'd be touring? I do not think there's anything special to see here.
That is not true. I've heard all about you and the student council from Shiro, so I've been wondering what kind of place this was.
I see. Sorry if I had known the two of you were... but if I'd known the two of you were coming, I would have brought some fine tea cakes. It's fine, don't worry about it. In fact, we just ate. I can't think of anything better to soothe our throats than some hot tea. I see, that's good. But where did you have lunch? Isn't the cafeteria closed?
The archery range. Shiro packed lunches for us.
What? I must have just missed you. I visited the range during first period.
You missed out on Shiro's fine cooking then.
Unfortunately, albeit unavoidable, it is still a shame. Saber and Issei compliment each other frightfully well. And I just realized this, but they might have really similar personalities. Well then, today's the school is fairly crowded because many students are here preparing for the cultural festival. But I'm sure they will welcome you quite warmly, Saber-san. It's a rare opportunity, so please take your time exploring the school. Or rather, I think you'd like to go somewhere a little more interesting than the student council room.
Not at all. If possible, I would like to rest here a bit longer.
I nod in agreement. There's still time, so I'd like to take it easy for a bit longer. I see. Then shall we chat some more? I think that rather than a discussion about the campus, would you be more interested in hearing what Emiya is like at school? Saber lets out a curious gasp. But personally, I can't stand being talked about like I'm some tasty morsel to be enjoyed over tea. Hold on, Issei. What are you planning to tell her? Nothing to be flustered over. That was my intention from the beginning. First of all, it's not like you've done anything to be ashamed of. Have you, Emiya? Well, no.
Oh my, Shiro. Are you hiding something from me?
I'm not. I've got nothing to keep secret from you.
Then it is decided. Issei, please indulge me.
Ugh, they just went ahead and ignored me. These two get along way too well. Alright, even so, what should I talk about? There's so much to tell about him, it's hard to decide.
What about the times Shiro has assisted you here? As I have heard?
That's right, to put it simply, Sorry. Sick. Put it simply, he would have helped repair school equipment and so forth. You don't have the luxury of buying replacements for everything that breaks, so he has been a great help in that regard. Oh man, this is embarrassing. It's like a parent-teacher conference. I wouldn't mind it so much if it were Kiritsugu or Fujine, but for some reason, it's especially embarrassing to have Saber hear about me.
I see. That certainly does seem to be Shiro's field of expertise.
That's not all. We end up relying on him for every event as well. Or rather, now that I think of it, you could say that he's always helping somebody out.
Ah, I see. That does sound quite like Shiro.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. That's just how Emiya is.
It really is quite troublesome. About that, Issei, could you describe in detail what he does?
All kinds of matters. It would take me all day to list them, so let's talk about the interesting ones. A couple of giddy honor students, these two. Whatever, just do as you please. You dragged on for a long, torturous hour. The two of them were talking really excitedly, but at this rate, daylight will be gone. We still haven't even seen a lot of the school, so I suggest we take a break for today. Sorry for keeping you. Please, enjoy the rest of your sightseeing.
No apology needed. It was a very valuable talk. Now I know about another side of Shiro in addition to the one that Taiga described.
Well, I shall be happy to entertain you again anytime you like. If you wouldn't mind coming over to the temple next time, I'd be glad to have you. That way we could offer you some proper hospitality.
By all means, if I get a chance.
Issei, you still haven't told her enough? Oh my god, I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. Of course not. One of the album of memories I've made over these 3 years. Today was only a page of it. Next time, I'll tell her about your second year.
Oh gosh.
Let's go, Saber. I have no idea Issei could be this talkative. If we stay, he'll keep us here all night.
I suppose so. Then, until next time, Issei.
Yes, our second year. We were getting ready for the main event, our summer training camp, and... Huh? They're gone? Or rather, did I get carried away and make a shameful display of myself? We spent the afternoon leisurely. We visited all the special classrooms like the music and AV rooms, then the gym and library, and then the student cafeteria. Showing Saber around, who had never seen a school before, turned out to be more fun than I expected. I think it was well worth it. We continued into the evening. The students had begun heading home, and we started thinking of doing the same.
Last of all, I want to see your classroom, Shiro.
For the first time today, Saber asked to go somewhere on her own.
So, this is your classroom? It really does not look much different than any of the other rooms.
Well, of course, I told you all the classrooms look the same, because we don't want to draw multiple backgrounds. The only difference between the classes would be what's on the bulletin boards and stuff like marks on the desks.
I see. Then Shiro's desk could be... this one. Am I right?
Using some kind of intuition, Saber points out my exact seat.
In the middle of this well-kept desk, I spy a grievous scar. It is as if it was dealt by a horrific blow by an iron hammer. Shiro, what in the world could have?
That was the time Fujine face planted on my desk and left a crater with her head. She kept teaching the class while blood gushing out all over the place. In my 3 years here, that was the first legend of Fujimura.
I see.
I thought he was going to talk about his fight with Rin in here.
Yeah, that is different.
Yeah.
It is a mark quite unlike yourself, and I thought it unseemly. But if Taiga was responsible for it, then I should say it fits you well, Shiro.
With that oddly cheerful comment, Saber walks around the classroom. Even though there shouldn't have been anything worth seeing here, she seems to be happier here than she's been all day. Well, since we come all this way... Hey, Saber? It's hard to ask this all of a sudden, but why are you so interested in my school? That question has been nagging me since this morning.
For no particular reason. I was merely interested in the life you lead at school, Shiro. It is thanks to you and Taiga that I was able to experience it firsthand.
I get it, but still, I haven't fulfilled even half of that wish. It's the school life that Saber said she was interested in. Not the buildings, but it's the everyday life that people spend in it. I guess we should have come during a weekday. You wanted to see the classes, right?
I suppose so. I would have liked to watch at my own leisure. Unfortunately, I cannot assume a spirit form.
What's wrong with that? Why don't you just transfer in? I'm sure Tosaka can take care of the paperwork.
I see.
Not Saber.
That would be splendid. I had not thought of that.
Right? Okay, let's check with Tosaka after we get home. Knowing her, she'll probably scramble to have it all set up before we know it. Fujine will surely help out with that too. I babbled on like an idiot, as if in a fever dream.
Yes, I very much look forward to it, Shiro.
Saber answers with a lovely smile. I'm wondering just what she's thinking behind that smile. I still don't know the difference between a promise and a wish. And like that, our brief respite came to an end. Just as it was this morning, our walk home is calm and leisurely. The view overlooking the town from the hill road is different than usual. No, I should say that the view is always different. Normally I just don't take the time to pay attention to it. Stopping for a moment, Saber turns her soft gaze towards the town. Do you see something, Saber? As casually as I can. I call out to her in my usual voice, so as not to spoil the fun we had today.
No, nothing in particular. This is the town of Fuyuki, as we've always known it.
A gentle breeze wafts through the air. Her golden hair sways in the wind. Our pleasant day is about to end. Let's go home.
Then let's go home. You said there wasn't anything particularly special, right?
I think that was Shiro's line. Let's go home. You said there wasn't anything particularly special, right?
Yes. Still, I would like to stay here and look a bit longer, so that I will remember this view for as long as I live.
I can always tell whether it's Saber or Shiro because Saber doesn't use contractions. Oh, you're exaggerating. It's no big deal, you know. You can come out here and look again tomorrow. Not just tomorrow, but until eternity. The Holy Grail War will never end. Even if I were to die and she were to disappear, this peaceful life would go on forever. As long as the fighting never ends, and as long as no one wishes for an end to it. That promise will never be reduced to a simple wish.
But you could never allow that. You do not have the patience for it, after all.
The sunset is beautiful. No, that's not it. What's beautiful is that she...
Is that not right? In this utopia where nobody has been lost, you alone see the value in lost things.
Above all, she feels the beauty of the sunset. I finally understand. This whole day, she didn't hide her face even once. She saw that promise off with a smile. A promise that she could fulfill, if only she wished for it. That's right. I'm going to settle this Holy Grail war once and for all. Such self-righteousness. There's really no need to end the war. I could just sleep until the 4th day. I could just close my eyes and let the 4 days pass me by. With that alone, this strangeness would end. But that's not possible for Emiyashiro. How are we to disregard that which was lost? To surrender to ignorant bliss, a life without progress. He won't accept the most convenient happiness. He does not want to take whatever is thrown at him. A self-declared hero that's twisted to the bone. Yes, you and many other... Wait.
Yes, you and many others may find that reprehensible, but I find it noble instead. You will end the Holy Grail War, whether I try to stop you or help you. I am sure the end result would not change.
That's why she didn't make any promises she couldn't keep. Like watching a well-made tale unfold, she simply smiled and closed her eyes to tomorrow. Is that really alright? My thoughts are a lot closer to being stubborn and fanatical.
Yes, I shall continue to protect that pride. Until the very end, I offer my life as your sword.
Now, this one was a promise. She swore an oath to fight alongside me. Without an ounce of regret, she will continue cutting the dream spectacularly to ribbons.
Please do not make such a sad face. It will be alright. Even if the end comes, it will not be farewell.
It won't?
No, we shall each return to the future we desire.
Well, of course. Whatever that desired future is, we'll know when the dark night ends. There's nothing to be afraid of. The light of the brightest star of them all is guiding me forward. Let's go home, Saber. Thanks for today.
Not at all. I should be the one thanking you, Shiro.
We resume walking. The curtain falls on another day. Now, when I wake up, I'll have to keep living a life worthy of this sword myself. Wallpaper as a special menu. Alright. Okay, guess, should we talk to Saber or Sakura?
Go to Sakura this time.
And Saber's here first anyway. Why are Saber and Tosaka in the hallway? I thought they'd be talking, but they're just standing there quietly. Or rather, they're directing some sharp stares over this way. I'll pretend I never saw this and go somewhere else. Just as that thought crosses my mind.
So your weight has not gone up at all?
Oh, I think that's Ryder and Sakura talking in the other room. Okay, yeah.
Ryder, of course it hasn't.
Those voices sound like Sakura and Ryder. A woman's weight is a subject of great importance, but also a very delicate one. Thus for men, it is also an exceedingly dangerous one, should they be foolish enough to bring it up. Even engaging in the act of thoughtlessly eavesdropping on a formation of women discussing it is just asking to be taken down by a sweeping hip throw. So despite this, why are Saber and Tosaka just standing there?
But Sakura, to get bigger while losing weight, that kind of thing is not normal, not in this dimension. I wonder if that's right. The waist isn't any tighter, is it? Is that so? Excuse me. Ryder?
Just what are they doing over there? There's no way to know without taking a peek. Excuse me. Raising my hand to walk past. It's not like this is an undercover investigation or anything. As I turn around the corner, should I be concerned about nudity? Just in case, putting the screen up. Nope, okay, we're good.
This is Senpai. Good afternoon, Shiro.
Rider as Sakura easily lifted up by, by her waist. Sakura realizes she's been seen and jumps back in panic.
Well, neither your weights nor your waist have changed. Ah, so that was you doing measurements before.
Rider showing an admirable amount of chutzpah doing that.
Senpai, how long have you been listening?
How long? Since something around about body weight. I don't know if saying that was a good idea, but I don't think I can claim I heard nothing. Well, I think you look the same as always, so wouldn't it be better not to worry about it, worry so much about it? I'll tell you right now, I didn't hear an actual number, though.
I am 57 kilograms.
Ooh, hearing something like that will definitely bring bad luck. Still, only bad for her height. She really is slender, and her sizes are, yeah. So when they were talking about Sakura getting bigger, they meant her.
Senpai, why is your face red? He has probably noticed that your chest has gotten bigger. You may not look it, but he is in fact carefully observing it right now.
What? Sakura and I yell in unison there. But while I was just shocked, Sakura is pissed.
Ryder, you don't need to tell Senpai things like that. There is no point in hiding it. Sakura, you should use all the weapons at your disposal. Would not now also be a good chance to reveal the confession you have been keeping secret? It'd trouble me if...
It troubled me if she confessed.
That's right, it troubles Senpai. Oh? I think this is something to be happy about rather than sad. That said, I'm certain there is no shortage of those who will resent you for it.
Ryder shoots off a quick glance at the other side of the wall. Seems she's noticed the two eavesdroppers.
No, Nesson wouldn't get angry over something like this. Rin is a human girl as well. It would very much irritate her that you, Sakura, are blessed with a constitution which lets your breasts grow larger yet leaves your weight unchanged. Since the two of you are related, all the more so. No doubt, Turin, your body is a defense firmer than the strongest of castles.
Ryder calmly invites a bloodbath with those words. But Saber doesn't care, I'm sure of it. Sorry, Tosaka. I can't defend you in this situation.
That's right. Saber's a servant after all, so she doesn't care about her figure. She said as much before. It seems she has a complex about it. So she is saying the opposite of what she feels. I do not understand it either.
Enough, my stomach hurts. If this wall were to suddenly collapse, there would be one ridiculous battle. I'm not even sure if risking my life could possibly prevent it. I can't keep breaking out in a cold sweat, though. For some reason, it feels like Sakura's getting a second bombshell to announce.
So, you do know after all, Senpai?
No, I don't know your size, but compared to how you were before, you did become quite, 2 years ago, I thought she looked so thin and frail. Is it the soil or water in my house? It seems... I've seen her grow up right before my eyes. Just like a tree in the garden, nutrition must be the important factor, right?
Because cooking is so delicious, Senpai, I always end up eating too much.
Oh, that makes me happy.
That is why you need to watch your weight, Sakura.
Ryder shouts another glance at the other side of the wall. Her mystic eyes may be blocked by those glasses, but they still seem to pierce right through the wall, casually playing with those on the other end.
I'm getting too big for them again. At this range, though, it's getting hard to find cute ones.
Ah, that's right. Wait, Sakura's underwear? I better guard myself against my mind's eye. And so must I, because there are plenty of images of her naked, so... Just a second. If I think about those big plump breasts wrapped in a brassiere, the main CPU will definitely overheat. Okay, it's just a silhouette right now.
Neson's so lucky. There's plenty of really cute and pretty domestic styles that fit someone her size.
Okay, if it flashes to anything, it's going to be underwear, so I think we're safe.
And Saber-san can wear things from the junior section, which are also really cute. Is that so? Barine said herself that it is the opposite when it comes to imports. Did she not?
I'd like her to avoid bringing in a nationalistic issue in this topic. This place may have turned into a veritable woman's storm, but I'm still a healthy young man. Ah, geez, fine, ignore me. Rather than just stand here, I'll go make some tea.
Sorry, Senpai, making you listen to this. You're a guy, so this must be... Because he's a guy, he should enjoy this, right? Ryder, jeez, you've been so bad all this time.
That's because she's making fun of us, Sakura. You, me, and those two behind the corner. I shall retreat for the time being. I walk towards the kitchen on unsteady feet. These two are waiting for me with that look in their eyes. I didn't do anything wrong. If there's a wrongdoer, it would be Sakura's physics-defying chest.
Emiya-kun, would you mind coming with me for a little chat? I also have something to talk to Shiro about. Oh my, it seems to be about the same subject, then shall we go together?
I was about to make tea for Sakura and Ryder and myself.
Oh? Then I'll make it for you, Saber. Understood, Rin. I shall secure Shiro in a room.
She firmly grasps my arm, and it seems my right to veto, to remain silent, and even my basic human rights are all gone. Danger, Will Robinson. By having me sacrifice here, a face-to-face confrontation will be averted elsewhere. A peace will be preserved in our residence, or not. It can't be helped. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Thus, one peaceful morning is sacrificed for stress relief. But being the only guy here sure is hard. Okay. Alright, so we got Sakura and Rin at home, or Rin at the temple.
You know, let's get rid of the temple. There's only one.
Alright. I climb towards the temple gate. Actually, I've always been impressed by the fact Issei and Kusuke-sensei climb up and down these stone steps every day. While temple monks are said to be generally good walkers, no wonder living on top of a mountain would certainly give your legs a good workout. Huh? I strain my eyes. Never thought I'd see this red silhouette here.
Oh, Emiya-kun, were you going to visit Issei?
How about yourself? Sure is brave of you to go inside enemy territory. Exchange appropriate greetings.
You're exaggerating. It's not soccer and I'm not playing an away game.
This is Issei's home base. He may be no match for you otherwise, but here the crowd would be cheering for him. Temple is Issei's family home. Kuzuki-sensei and Castor are there too. Castor and Issei may not get along well, but Tosaka is still their common enemy.
Entering enemy Magus' stronghold puts you at an overwhelming disadvantage. It's practically a death wish. Yep, I guess my lessons really did have an effect on you. Well done.
Tosaka nods.
Actually, you might have hit the nail on the head. It's not just Ryudo-kun, it seems the rest of his family doesn't much care for me either. My father and grandfather seems to have had a hard time dealing with the people of this temple too.
Well, that's just how it is, isn't it? The Magus family remaining on good terms with generation after generation of head monks would be unusual.
The two of us were like this even before coming to Homurahara. I wonder if this isn't fate that was decided before we were born.
Then let's end this ominous cycle of destiny with your generation. And give a warning to Tosaka, who looks to be getting more serious about her rival. If the Tosaka versus Ryudo feud does become a family affair passed on through generations, she might just try to get a head start now. Also, it's way unusual to hear you talk about shrines and temples. Weren't you a parishioner of the church in Shinto?
You're mistaken, Emiya-kun, certainly. My fellow senior apprentice under my father was somehow a priest. But the moment I realized he was supposed to become a representative of God, any desire I had to practice religion in that church vaporized instantly.
Ah, I see. Tosaka's house is completely Western style, and so is her lifestyle. Moreover, since she'll even be studying abroad after graduation, I never even thought religion might be different. But if someone like Kotomine was a priest, then yeah, I doubt she would ever enter the faith. Even I'd be hesitant about it.
This line of work certainly doesn't lend itself well to being accepted by any religion to begin with. I don't go around proclaiming to be an atheist though, seeing as it would just attract unwanted attention. Attention and distrust.
Always best to avoid standing out, huh?
Fortunately, in this country it's easy to pretend being a believer of any faith, and no one is going to scold you over it either.
Being an atheist in this world would be kind of odd since gods are confirmed fact. Because almost everyone in Japan would just visit a shrine on New Year's, pay respects during Bon and Higan, and yet also celebrate Christmas.
And also, since truly powerful, skilled in the supernatural Buddhist practitioners that can guess my identity do appear from time to time, being unprepared is not an option.
Understood. I'll be careful, but really, seeing you at a temple... Come to think of it, Tosaka being here is all sorts of wrong. The serene and tranquil look might be more suitable for Sakura or Saber, though.
Are you still complaining, Shiro?
Well, I guess it can't be helped.
It may not look it, but I'm actually a shrine maiden around New Year's.
Eh? Tosaka? A shrine maiden? That's the first time I've heard of it, because I can't perceive the menu screen. Here at the Ryudo Temple?
What a farce that would be. When Issei sees me as a shrine maiden, he'll think I'm a succubus violating his god's holy precinct. It'll cause a massive uproar. It's a different shrine within the city limits, of course.
That's a relief. But why a shrine maiden? What ties to Tosaka? Oh.
With ties to the Tosaka clan, it's necessary to send someone from the family as a shrine maiden. Is there some kind of tradition like that?
It might have actually been Shiro's line. Yeah.
Sort of like high priestesses and the Kamo shrine. No, it's just a nice part-time job to make some extra cash around New Year's. They give preferential treatment to those with experience.
I was expecting some grand backstory, so I was a bit crestfallen. It's true though, Issei did tell me almost all the shrine maidens you see around New Year's are part-timers.
Thus, Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples are no big deal to me.
Part-time, eh? I guess even you have it pretty tough. I just blurted it out without thinking. I didn't really mean anything by it, but I think I just saw Tosaka's eyebrows twitch.
I can still manage without getting a full-time job. Why don't you try it out? A New Year's part-time job, that is.
Me? The light blue Shinto priest Hakama getup, huh? That's not that far from the archery club uniform, so it wouldn't feel that weird to wear. In fact, if anything, if I had to choose, I'd say that putting on a jacket, waving an orange stick, and acting as a guard or a guide for visitors seems like a better fit for me.
That does sound like it would suit you better. Leaving that aside, since this place is under my jurisdiction, I can't exactly ignore it. I come here sometimes on patrol.
Finally, she tells me the reason for her visit. As she says, this is an important site in the ley line, so Tosaka wouldn't be able to neglect it just because there's a temple built on top. I see. How about a prayer while you're here?
I don't have any business at the main building. I just need to check out the pond in the back and the underground cave. What are you going to do?
She's inviting me to go with her. But if I do go, I think I'd be a hindrance. I shake my head and Tosaka doesn't seem to mind.
Alright. Then please go distract Rito-kun so we can avoid a clash.
Well, if you met with Issei here, yeah, that would definitely cause a clash. Tosaka passes under the mountain gauge with a bitter smile. Before crossing the ground, she looks back at me.
Do you want to see me in my shrine maiden outfit?
I'll be honest, it's relevant to my interests.
Then look forward to it.
Giving a smile that fills me with anticipation, Tosaka leaves. Tosaka's shrine maiden clothes. I'm definitely interested.
Good night, Emiya household.
Exit restart. Alright. And here we go again. We are completely done with the first day's morning. Oh, done with the first day entirely. Wow. Oh, okay, we got something at the temple. Ooh. I see Caster. Come to think of it, it's not unusual to find her meditating here. I wonder if there's something she's thinking about. She did turn me down when I tried to ask about the Holy Grail War. What the heck?
What happened?
The game just closed on its own.
Yeah, I was like, what?
What the heck? Why did it close? It didn't even give like a warning message or anything. It just died. Alright, 1 second. Okay.
Good thing it saved earlier.
Yeah. Okay, let me get your screen share back up. Oh, that's weird. I've never seen that before. Hope that doesn't happen again. Okay, next day. Alright. Please don't crash again. I see Caster. Come to think of it, there's I usually find her meditating here. I wonder if there's something she's thinking about. She did turn me down. I tried. Yeah, it did it again.
Uh-oh.
Hmm. Okay,
You want to just skip the scene for now?
Wait, what was that?
You want to just skip that one scene for now?
Uh, I, whatever it is, I think it's probably like something wrong with the character on there that's like causing a problem with the code. I'm gonna try switching the language to Japanese and see if that oops. If it switches to Japanese, I might fix it. Like it'll get past that one line.
Okay.
Yeah. There, once more with the screen share. But yeah, if I can't get it to work after a couple more tries, we'll skip it. And we have to do it because that's an important scene. Oh, wait, next day. Afternoon. Okay, so.
Screen share, please.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Did I not do that? It's 3 shares up. Oh, let's do it again then. Okay. So let's try switching to Japanese.
Wait, weird. I don't see it.
You don't.
Let me try going back out and in, I guess.
Hmm. Is it good?
Okay, now I see.
Okay. All right. So. Okay. This. Nope. It still did it. God damn it. That's really weird. Is there like some crash report in here or something? Because usually it gives me some notification about why it crashed. Let's hold on. Wait, is this the log that I need here? Hmm. No. Weird. Switch language back. Oh, okay, it's back to English. Get your screen share up.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see. Is there anything else here I could? Maybe if I turn on Vita textual content. Sorry about this being troubleshooting, folks, but we do have to get through the scene one way or another. But right, I'm just looking for other things here I could use to possibly bypass this. Voice. Oh. Okay, I guess that worked. Or maybe because I skipped past it quickly? Alright, well, we're good. Perhaps I would be able to hear... Perhaps I would be able to hear the real story from her. Asking for the real story? What am I saying? I've already asked Castor everything I need to ask. If I question her any further, I might end up touching upon the truth. It's too reckless. No matter how much she prefers living a peaceful life, she's still a natural-born witch. She will eliminate mercilessly anything that does not serve her interests, as if sweeping away the dust before her without hesitation. I can't let my guard down. Whilst living amongst someone whose very existence is something that hurts others, showing any weakness at all is fatal. Yes, she's the witch of betrayal, Medea. An anti-hero revered as the enemy of humanity. I recall the myth. The princess of sorcery who received the teachings of the great witch, the cunning witch behind the demise of many countries in the age of gods. Ooh, cute. Do I take over the narration here?
Princess Medea, the daughter of Aedes, the king of Colchis, the edge of the east, of the Greek world on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. Sorceress who received the teachings of Hecate, goddess of magic, a princess who led a sheltered life as a king's daughter. The innocent princess who was raised unbeknownst of the outside world was plenty content with just that. She neither wanted wings to set herself free, nor did she long for the vast outside world. She loved the country she was raised in and was satisfied with living her whole life in the mountains. However, with the arrival of the hero seeking glory, the girl's hopes were shattered. The captain of the Argo appeared from the outside world. Jason, the hero who arrived seeking the treasures of Colchis, the Golden Fleece, would cause Medea to betray her country. It was because the god aiding Jason, Aphrodite, put a curse on Medea which caused her to fall blindly in love with him. Medea betrayed her father, gave the Golden Fleece to Jason, and escaped Colchis with Jason, now her husband.
I think that's a
Even
hard...
as a king of...
I think it's a hard C. Colchis.
Okay. Even the king of Colchis pursued the Argo to reclaim his daughter. The cursed Medea used magic to tear apart her brother who accompanied them into pieces and scatter them across the sea. Grieving, the king collected his dead son's remains, and Jason and company used the opportunity to put Colchis behind them. Like this, the foreign invaders shook off their pursuers. However, it is said that the disquieting atmosphere of the Argo did not fade. The princess who presented her homeland's treasure to the man. The woman who went as far as to kill her own brother for the man she loved. The heroes in the boat unanimously castigated the girl who was the princess of Colchis. As if regarding something disgusting and filthy, the heroes avoided the girl. Fortunately for Medea, whose heart was bound by the goddess's curse, she saw their commending gaze as no different than a mere sea breeze.
Condemning.
Condemning. She was content with hearing only Jason's words.
I'm sorry, but you've done well, Medea.
That's right. So long as she could hear such words from the man she loved, she could endure the hero's disdain. The regret of abandoning her country, the sinful betrayal towards her father, the punishment of murdering her own brother were all things she could withstand, and yet... Not once did she hear such warm words from her husband. The return voyage ended without the slightest problem. Jason made the foreign princess his wife and returned triumphantly to his own country of Locos with the promised Golden Fleece in hand. But what awaited there was the death of his parents and the annulment of the promise.
Once the Golden Fleece is returned, thy throne shall be recognized.
Hell yes. The king of Iolcos, who promised this to Jason, cowardly laughed it off as a simple play of words. Fueled by rage, Jason commanded his betrothed.
Here's a cowardly usurper. Kill kill King Pelias.
Though seized by her love towards Jason, Medea was still but a young girl. To the girl who had been shattered by her deed against her brother, Jason repeated insistently, "Kill, kill, kill King Pelias, who broke his vow. Kill the king's relatives. That's right, the king alone will not suffice. Kill that unsightly successor, and the 3 princesses too." It did not take long for Jason to prepare the assassination. The king and his daughters were invited to Jason's house. In the center was a witch's cauldron. The girl had been bestowed it by the great witch Hecate, a crystallization of secrets and a foundation of mysteries.
I think that's her saying that.
Oh, I thought Jason was inviting. Though, my good king, we welcome you to our humble abode. Before anyone realized, the end had already begun to draw near. Unable to resist the man she loved and the curse of the goddess, Medea would use her own magic for the murder of the king.
Oh, King Pelias, let us feast our eyes on my wife's secret arts.
The man she loved said proudly. The girl stirred the cauldron with eyes weary from crying.
This will be the secret art of rejuvenation, magic in which my wife is particularly skilled.
Thus spoke the man whom she unknowingly came to love. Unable to oppose, the girl continued the ritual. "Let me go back." The hand stirring the cauldron grew ever so tired, feeling like lead. Come to think of it, from the moment she had put her country behind her, had she ever been able to sleep peacefully? Her mind and body exhausted, she continued on as if surrounded by a thick fog. Being this tired made her forget. Being this sad made her dull. Oh, had she learned magic to do such things? She cut up an aged sheep and placed it into the cauldron. Stir, stir, splash, splash. It melted and disappeared. And then the aged sheep that had lost all shape and figure revived at the hands of Medea. Its skin brilliant and its eyes full of life. The aged sheep was reborn as a lamb. The king, impressed, requested that he be rejuvenated as well. Then the girl spoke, just as instructed by the man she loved. For that purpose, the body must first be cut apart. This art requires that you die once. The king, fearless, ordered the 3 daughters he loved so to perform the dire deed. The 3 princesses cut their father to pieces. The king was thrown into the cauldron and then...
I saw it. Those fiendish daughters carving up their own father.
Their father did not revive. The 3 princesses cried and screamed. The man she loved then bound the woman.
The gods will never forgive the sin of patricide. Daughters of King Pelias, take up your own lives.
The 3 daughters cried and shouted. "Why has this happened?" They cried out. They pleaded for forgiveness not from the gods but from their father, the king who they had killed. The unfamiliar man called Jason did not forgive even one of them. The goddess's curse vanished at that moment. Her clouded heart finally cleared up. But it was too late. Betraying her country, killing her brother. Killing the king through trickery, going as far as to let the 3 innocent princesses die. That day, the girl had undoubtedly transformed into a witch. Let me go back. The splendor of Jason's ascent to the throne lasted but an instant. The people learned of the king's murder and they drove Jason and the foreign witch out of Iolcos. Jason, who had no place to return to, took the witch and roamed Greece, wandering at last to Corinth. The king of Corinth welcomed Jason and before long proposed matrimony with his daughter
Glauci? Glauci?
Glauci, married Glauci and obtained the kingship of Corinth? Or keep the witch as a wife and continue to receive the king's protection? Jason did not hesitate. Even though he had begotten 2 children from the witch, their bond was not enough to keep him near.
Yeah, I think it might be Glauci.
Jason abandoned the witch and ran to Glauci's side. Please don't go, please don't go!
I threw aside my home and country for you. Oh, wait, no, that's still her, I think.
I threw aside my home and country for you. I gave up everything for you. Have pity. If not for me, then for the children, I beg of you. To the witch who clung tearfully, the man said,
What are you trying to say? Was it not your fault that I lost my country? You terrible foreign witch. I never loved you even once.
Before she knew it, home was too far. All hopes lost, she stepped onto foreign soil. Let me go back. And so, at the end of a long journey, her only desire was born. But how could it be granted? Everything was but a dream of paradise. The girl became a hideous witch, and even upon returning home, not a single soul would believe her to be the young princess. She had changed too much. Even as the castle she lived out her childhood and remained unchanged, surrounded by the same greenery. And then, on the day of the marriage of the man named Jason, in the midst of countrywide celebration, Corinth fell. Glauci, the bride was engulfed in flames, and the hero who was to become the new king was forced again to a life of wandering. The tale that follows is no longer a part of the legend. It is said the young man who led the heroes as a captain of the Argo, while pondering the wreckage of the ship, was crushed to death by its fallen stem post, and that the girl he brought home with him became a witch and continued to wander the lands of Greece. Even now, she gazes over yonder from the ashen shore. The many sins she has accumulated. Let me go back. And the many dreams she had left behind. Let me go back. Though she knew those wishes would never be granted. I want to return to my country before I die. Though she knew those wishes would never be granted, as though in atonement, the woman continued to hope.
And I guess now we know why Jason is so afraid of Medea and FGO. Dizziness overcame me. As if having seen a fragmented dream. Oh, that's right. Wasn't I going to ask something? It'll be alright. So long as I'm careful, the conversation should be fine. It's akin to jumping into a lion's den out of curiosity, but this time the witch seemed sated. Surely she'll overlook an unpleasant question or two to kill some time.
Back again so soon? I don't know what you intend upon, but you sure have guts. I'm sure you know how dangerous it is to approach me when I'm alone.
Just as she says herself, being near Castor when there's no one else around is unquestionably dangerous. The real hazard is not the fact that she can use magic without the concern of prying eyes, but the fact that she cannot control her emotions while not under the scrutiny of others. Once Castor snaps, there's no way to stop her. She may act like a calm witch if an outsider were present, but when left alone, her feelings run wild. Well, people do call it being emotionally unstable or delusional. Oh no, there's just something I've been curious about. You looked like you were in a good mood, so I thought I would take a chance to ask you. The atmosphere grows ever so slightly heavier. I guess she's already figured out what it might be about. Whatever
Whatever could that be? I don't suppose it would be anything pleasant.
It's just a question. I definitely don't want to overstay my welcome, so I'll just get to the point. I know you have no intention of doing anything about the current situation. I've got nothing to say about that. But there's just one thing I'd like to know. For someone as skilled as a sorceress as you, if, figuring out something like these 4 days should be a cinch. So be honest. You don't know the truth behind what's happening. Don't you know the truth about what's happening already?
How very interesting. I should know of all the workings behind this, you say?
A broad grin spreads across her face. It's the polar opposite of her smile from before, a smile that carries an unmistakable omen of death.
Unfortunately, you're way off, boy. It is true that at first, I tried all possible means and seemingly almost grasped onto the root of it. But my current self is still one step away from that. The play ends when all is known, doesn't it? That is why I cease the search and just let it be.
So you stop there? Isn't that the same thing? It means that you pretty much know already, doesn't it?
Indeed, but I have not told anyone yet. Because if the culprit is found and the whole affair, then the whole affair would end. And since the culprit can't do anything, we have no obligation to forcefully capture them either.
I see. There are no victims, so you're just spectating. You're quite the passive character, aren't you? Then will you stay a spectator from now on as well?
I believe I already told you that I have no intention of getting involved. But when the end comes, I cannot say that will be the case. If it were to end, then I won't be silent. Rather, it's not me, but my master who won't. Well, it's the same thing in the end.
Sighs Caster. She may be known as a treacherous witch, but her obedience to her master, Kuzuki Soichiro, is absolute and unwavering. Well, you could also say she's head over heels for him. She seems to think she's not been found out yet, but it's a well-known fact to everyone aside from Kuzuki and Caster. The moment Kuzuki Soichiro says, "Assist me," to Caster, she would obey regardless of what it was. You said you wanted to continue like this, but should Kuzuki-sensei tell you to settle it, you would still help?
That's right. I won't interfere with the culprits, but I won't cooperate either. No, I can't do that. Whether it ends or does not, there's nothing for me to do about it. Do you get it? That's why you're an eyesore. If you want to continue, then you should let it continue until you grow tired. Yet you yourself are trying to interfere. Seriously, how many times have I thought of killing you?
God, just for the record, was that a joke?
Oh my. You ought to know whether I'm capable of making jokes already, don't you?
My back freezes twice over. I knew it wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. I do understand that you're nothing but a bystander. I just want to end the talk here, but say, why don't you kill me? Just once would have been fine. Well, no, not really. Since it's Caster we're talking about, you'd think she'd lose it and skewer me at least once already.
No reason in particular. My master never wished that to happen, that's all.
She declares flatly. I smile at her graciousness. I see, I guess so. One last thing I'd like to ask. Suppose that Kuzuki Soichiro notices this abnormality. What do you think you'd do? Will you try to solve it, or really leave it as it is? Say, what really happened to the two of you? For an instant, the air is completely frozen. I could have died 4 times within 3 seconds. Castor restraining the magical energy that could kill me with just a glance.
He would resolve it. Soichiro's conscience is different from yours, boy. But he's still someone who will correct what he feels is wrong.
Her answer has a shadow of sadness in it. I see, so your master is like me. I say that to myself in reverence as I let out the melancholy that is built up in my chest.
That is wrong. It is you who is like Soichiro.
Her reply echoes with pride. Ah, then we'll leave it at that. Sorry for bringing up something so trivial. Please feel free to just stay here and be as independent, as indifferent as you want.
You don't have to tell me that. But oh well, to show respect for all the hard work you're doing alone, I'll see you off when everything is about to end.
I'm dumbfounded. Her words leave me speechless.
What's with that face? Do you not understand what I'm saying? When the final moment comes, I'll...
I got it. You mean you'll give me a hand? I'll no doubt be relying on you. Frankly, having you two help me might just become my best encouragement. I leave Castor's garden. She fixes her robe and sees me off. What an unpleasant subject. Even though she was in such a good mood. There's just one moment where she looked like her past ominous self. What really happened to the two of you? Oh, no, it's narration.
The boy who said that is already leaving. The witch conceals her body with a black robe. Rather than disappearing, stands completely still. Someone who is like someone. Someone who is alike to someone.
I see. Your master is like me.
The present that is like reality. The illusion that resembles reality. That is wrong. It is you who are like my master. The disjointed thoughts swirl together and dissolve. A muddy mess, scenes of the present world that have already become the memory of another. Memories from when she still lived as a human, and a bad dream she had just seen a little earlier. Like the cauldron where the old sheep was boiled, the dead and the living are mingled together. What really happened, you ask? The witch bites her lip ominously. Perhaps an evening shower. Thunder can be heard in the distance. The sound of rain hitting the trees evokes a vision of the scene where they first met. Even if she gives into frustration, only one thing comes to her mind. That day, the dried out palms of the man that grasped the hand of the foolish woman who had never been chosen by anyone. Rain is falling. She looks down briefly, only to see that the hand is covered in blood. Straining her ears, she could hear ragged breathing. A body frozen like ice, and her head frighteningly blank. Rain, it's rain. A body threatening to vanish, her reason threatening to collapse. The sky that she looks up as high. She calls for help and receives none, and the fading body grows ever colder. Oh, but tonight is different. Her magical energy is running out. There are few spells at her disposal, and none to secure a vanishing life with. No, to begin with. Because the night when the cold rain fell was warmer and filled with light. His death was nearly instant. This is a story of one man. It begins about 25 years back. The story of a lethal weapon that was tempered for nearly as long as he lived.
Oh, wow, we're getting Kazuki's backstory?
Yeah, I guess so. He did not know what that group was right until the very end. In the middle of secluded mountains, amidst a community that gathered and lived together like mountain ascetics, he came into existence. Without parents or siblings, he was born as a child with no connections whatsoever. It might be more accurate to call it an emergence rather than a birth. The baby grew up in the midst of that gathering. Fortunately, he was pure, even though that wasn't much of a place for living. Even though that probably wasn't how people lived. He who knew not of the outside world accepted that gathering. 20 years since then, he did not leave his allotted 10 square meters of forest and continued to temper with the one technique he was bestowed with. Around the age of 10, he was told that the community was a factory, a place where the necessities of daily life are mass-produced through the work of many. Since he had no experience in creating things, he did not have to wonder which side he was on. He had no objection to the fact that he was a daily necessity. Instead, he could probably say he was relieved. It would have been strange otherwise. All day long, he single-mindedly repeated the same steps. No need for variety, just perfect this one action, said the beep. That's the same as being a tool. They consented to the fact that they were tools being used by total strangers, and further polished their function. To put it another way, those unable to come to terms with were grief-stricken, became unable to keep up with their daily work, and disappeared even from the memories of the tools. It was shortly after when he guessed his own function. Extra knowledge was driven into them for when the time came. Daily necessities though they may be, they had to become pseudo-humans to manifest their function. The knowledge necessary to function as a human. While considered an excess, it was rare for them to be used without that knowledge. Although it would seem that beep were against including extra functions, it was something unavoidable. To him and to the beep, it was no doubt an agonizing decision. Knowledge that he hadn't been taught until then. Things that are common knowledge for a human, things that would make him inconsistent if learned. It was only dead weight to slow him down. However, thanks to that knowledge, he learned the name of his function. Murderer. To be detected by no one, to kill the victim before they are even aware of it. That was the function expected of him. Being a fast learner, he left his 10 square meters of the forest and came to serve more frequently at the Beep's court. But even that happened only once a month or so. There he learned of the cost of perfection and the appearance of the Beep who were using him. The court was an immaculately clean place. The building where demons were said to live, the place rumored to be a hellish pandemonium, was in fact a spotless white world. The scraps of tools that didn't listen to the beep and were disassembled while alive. And the remnants of those who brought shame to beep and had their brains transplanted into animals as punishment. The fish chants packed with flesh of the children who were gathered for the comfort of beep. None of it was there. Those are all things that certainly happened, but they had nothing to do with this place. In this pure space, having known not of one speck of guilt, as in an ineffective form of staving off boredom, aiming for nothing but the expansion of tonight's menu by mouthful. Exchange completely unrelated human lives for money. Please save me.
Right.
I don't want to die. Please let me go. Those places were to be all laughed off as filthy and silenced. And so, without the beep even noticing, the ones exploited realized something in their final moments. These humans were speaking a different language all along. They were both living beings, yet their hearts were created differently. Things like the voice of the dishes lined up along the dinner table did not exist to them. To the beep, the voices of the other humans would never in a lifetime reach them. This was not a matter limited to just their court. Thus said the ones who oversaw him. Those are the privileged few who use as tools. This world is governed by humans who are not humans. He was told his function was to kill just one person for them. He didn't think that was evil. Mentally, he was already perfect. His morality was bred for the convenience of the beep. To him, murder was not evil. If anything was evil, then it was actions that were not logical. The logic of a tool. The logic of existence. Simply put, if an ink brush loses its use, then that is evil. If something made for killing people overlooks its target, that is injustice. If you put it this way, beep were not doing anything wrong. They were creatures that had been given such preferences and privileges to begin with. If they cared about their slaves, and the reasoning by which the world was managed would not stand. And that is how he was taught. While he witnessed the beep's cruelty, he did not detest them. If there was something evil, it was just one thing. Do not doubt one's own functions. That should have been what was correct for him, yet for some reason, he still thought about it. What if he were to be given a function altogether different from this one? He thought of things that could be nothing but evil, like what kind of tool he would then have become. Towards his function, his daily routine continued. The art bestowed upon him was a fighting style called Snake, but he perfected it many years ago. Nevertheless, his daily routine did not change. No new techniques would be given to him. He was simply created as a snake tool. However much capacity he had, there would be no meaning in adding other functions. And like that, another 10 years passed and he reached the 20th. Finally, nearing his expiration date as a tool, he was given a chance to exert his potential.
Your perfection cost 20 million in time and money.
If there was anything different there from other organizations, that would be it. No matter what type of tool they were, no matter what kind of function they had, one man, one kill rule was strictly observed. The same end awaited both outstanding talent and average junk.
A tool that costs 20 million should do work worth 20 million.
Profits will be taken. You will not be used twice. Kill yourself after fulfilling your duty. Those were their absolute rules. In order to kill this person, he underwent training beyond human comprehension, and then, having finally perfected the technique after tens of years of practice, he would display it only once before putting an end to everything. He obeyed in silence. It was said the target laid out layer upon layer of defenses. The social position necessary for smoothly making contact would be provided by the beep. After that, he just had to proceed with his body alone. Proceeding empty-handed was done solely to make it easier to make contact with the key individual. When they leave the forest, they are promised death. A journey to die regardless of their success or failure. Feelings of happiness, frankly, they were likely there, however faint. Settling a balance of 20 years. Finding out the extent of his function. Even if the outcome was death, that was still plenty to look forward to. The work ended all too quickly. There were none of the expected guards or barriers. When he visited the building to do preliminary inspections for the real thing, he ended up finishing his job. The emotions of that moment were not easy to put into words. What came flying into his chest was nothing. Neither joy nor sadness. Neither disgust nor happiness. Shouldn't there be something? He thought his function would be accompanied by some emotion, but not a single ripple disturbed his mind. If only. Suppose something did move within him at that moment, wouldn't that make him a different being altogether? If there was happiness, then on to the suicide. If there was sadness, then on to being a natural-born killer. But there had been nothing. Feelings and so forth, there were none whatsoever in the fruits of the technique he spent 20 years tempering. There was neither pleasure nor discomfort when he killed. Only the feeling of the puppet-like target's neck breaking was left in the palm of his hand. There was no reward, nor was there compensation. The shock of taking a person's life was nowhere to be found. Even his function itself seemed strange. Didn't need it. It was completely unnecessary. The murder of this target required no technique whatsoever. It was more like an accident, a level of difficulty that needed no training, an assassination that kids in the neighborhood could have performed. It was all excessive. How on earth could something like 20 years of training have been needed? His function that was left with nothing. The pilgrimage that was of no meaning to begin with. It's not that doubts had surfaced. There was probably no reason. There was no reason anything. Before the corpse that he only knew the name of, he became aware of his unusual apathetic self.
I'm dull.
Drawing the conclusion himself, he then decided to liquidate the person he was up with until then. He did not commit suicide, but instead withdrew from the gathering and became independent. He did not even think about the option of going underground and hiding himself. He quite naturally moved to a faraway town and used the social position that was given to him for fulfilling his function. The personality prepared for him was one of a teacher, but he was able to master the basic knowledge and skills somehow. He had no difficulty adjusting to his new role, his completely different life. But there was just one trivial matter bothering him. Like a small thorn stuck in the recesses of his mind. He did not realize what that strange feeling was until the very end. The life he did not assume would continue for more than half a year, in fact, has continued for 5 years. There were none that searched for him, and he himself decided that he would live without regard for his pursuers. It was not that he yearned for a normal life. In the 20 years he lived, he only polished his techniques for killing. If the result were something like that, then all that remained was to disappear without accomplishing anything more, he concluded. In short, he had lost the opportunity to find joy in life. Humans spend the rest of their lives fulfilling the hopes they've accumulated up until adulthood. Whether or not they are fulfilled is not an issue. They are in fact an anesthesia that can expend time originally filled with nothing but agony. He who had none of this could only continue on meaninglessly. He had neither ideals nor illusions. He decided he would fulfill the duty of living until his own flesh would rot away, until the tool known as himself ceased to work. That would seem to make him a cold-hearted machine, but he was a human no different from those around him. It's just that his inspiration had died. What is dead does not revive. It is not that it's sleeping in the depths of his heart or that it's regressed or anything. It just doesn't exist anymore. No matter how human-like a life he tries to live, he will never in his life feel inspiration. He never thought it to be painful, but the people around him assumed he was strong too. There is nothing wrong with that assumption. But he did make an effort. To rot away meaninglessly like this. With his dead heart, he walked the path of hell and endeavored to live among humans. And then he met that pale woman. He was returning home after finishing the day's work. As he was heading towards the temple gates, he caught sounds coming from the forest. Having been adapted to the temple, he took it as his obligation to see what was going on, and he found a woman covered in blood. The woman wrapped in the black cloak was so weak that it seemed she would disappear at any moment. She seemed so frail that the words vanish rather than die would be more fitting to describe her appearance. Later on, the witch would think, this meeting was a miracle. But the thought was not hers alone. Even if it were an illusion, the impossible happened. The heart that had beat at the same rhythm for tens of years had stopped for just an instant. The interruption had but a minor effect, but it did change the beat. Something that should have been dead trembled as if to stir. Aw, he fell in love.
What are you doing there?
The woman collapsed without responding to his call. Forced in night, rain, a weakened body, clearly not a decent person. Trivial matters including a cloak covered in blood. This woman is dangerous. Even if he tried to distance himself from it, he was out of place as well. There is no way he couldn't pick up the scent of one who was the same as him. But still, he looked after the woman. It was not out of sympathy for someone similar, a fellow murderer that he saved. He helped because a person had collapsed before him. The reason why he saved her was simply that. The woman awoke in about an hour.
So, you've woken up. Can you tell me about your situation?
The woman stared at him dazed. There was neither bewilderment or delight. She looked as if her despair of being alive had turned into tears and were about to spill forth.
If what I did was an inconvenience, then you can leave. If you tell me to forget about it, then I will.
How did the woman take his words? Did she think she could use him, or did she think she let her guard down at his kindness? The woman divulged her background, and he all too quickly accepted her rather peculiar identity. He embraced the woman, and he also acknowledged participation in the killings known as the Holy Grail War. Of course, the witch was probably surprised too. The woman's condition was, although slightly improving, because while she gloated that she could have, the moment she were rejected, used magic to control his heart, her vile schemes were undone with just a single statement. It's not that he consented to her out of fear, or that he was interested in the Holy Grail. He cooperated with the woman because she had asked for his help. He was a man who saw no evil in murder to begin with. He had no reluctance to becoming a master. However, The truth is that he cooperated to distance himself from the past. If you assume there was a moment of disconnection, then this would be it. He did not realize why he had abandoned the life he had worked on. For until now, and taken up the woman's cause.
Do your utmost to keep our lives this way. Tell me when you need me.
That was his policy. He had no desires, it was just the woman he saved. It was just that the woman he saved wants something called the Holy Grail. If he fights, then it's not for the Holy Grail, but for the woman. Since he promised to aid and cooperate, lending his strength to the woman is a natural obligation. To him, the Holy Grail war was an abnormality, but it was not a wrongdoing. Because to him, evil is defined as something that negates his established function. And so he became the master of Castor. He was a master without command spells, but she obeyed his words. He knew nothing like magic to begin with. She only used him to stay in this world, and planned to treat him like a puppet. And he himself did not participate in the Holy Grail War. Rather, he left the fighting to the woman. If there were ever a chance he would reject her, it would only happen if she denied the Holy Grail War to begin with. As a user and the used, the relationship was perfect. I want to go back, yet for the same reason they did not mesh together as human beings. The more the woman began to change her mind, the more of the reason he had to abandon being a master. And the more experienced her character, the more he broke down as a tool. I want to return to my country before I die. The sense of nostalgia. He who had no place to begin with, could not possibly understand it. No, it was an emotion he should not have understood. Oh, he's fighting Gilgamesh,
Yeah.
huh? That's different.
Yep.
The battle ended quickly. The gatekeeper, assassin, was defeated by the enemy servant, and the master who went out to face him too was defeated by the rain of swords. His abdomen was cruelly torn apart. The arms he spent over 20 years tempering vanished below his shoulders. Master, Master! The woman's voice echoed in the temple grounds. The enemy servant seemed to have left, having finished with the servant and master of the temple's gate. Only the woman was left, clinging to the remains of her pallid contractor. With eyes that had lost focus, barely able to discern silhouettes, he looked at her. Seeing that crying face, he found himself lamenting over having done something inexcusable. It was not an illusion that his fading consciousness was showing him. His heart that should not have existed shed blood on the verge of death. The woman wished to return home. Oh, look, it's their...
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the image of them. The idea of a place to return to did not exist for him. A repeated sense of nostalgia. A place he'd never seen nor heard of. A dream of a paradise that he did not even have an impression of to begin with. That he did not know how to take in, even in his last moments.
Castor, get away from here. If he senses your presence, the servant just now will return.
He said indifferently. Condition of his body aside, it was a miracle that his spirit was still in good health. Perhaps it was a result of his long days of training. Until the moment his brain stopped working, his mind was clear. What are you saying? Get a hold of yourself. I will definitely heal you. I will not let you die, Master. The woman didn't leave. It was a bit illogical. Of course, losing a master to anchor to is a serious blow, but not to the extent it would result in death. In fact, she had already lost one before. Considering the possibility of being attacked by the same servant again, it would have been best to leave as quickly as possible, and search for another master.
Do not... Oh, yeah.
Do not underestimate me. I am a witch. Patching up a dying man or two is not a problem. A miracle would not happen. The magical energy stockpiled in Ryudo Temple has been destroyed by the enemy servant, and the injuries were inflicted with a mortality curse by their noble phantasm. It's easy. I've done this many times. I will not fail. I will not fail. I will not fail. I've never had any trouble with such a simple treatment. While crying, the woman recited magic as if apologizing. But it was no use. Even the divine words she spoke had lost their usual power. The woman's face filled with more sadness with each passing moment. Yeah, no, please, help someone, please, please. Please help, please help. This cannot be. Up until now, I've never failed, not even once. Neither healing the wounds nor regenerating his body was fast enough. She could not save anything. A witch's role was only to cripple humans. Even if she could cure people and animate the dead, genuinely saving a person was simply not possible. Perhaps it was because she hadn't really tried to save anyone up until now. She had not known of the rule until this very moment. Magic did not work. She called for help, but no aid ever came. The sky she looked up at was high, and she could not stop his falling body temperature. No, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, Soichiro. He hears wailing. Looking at her crying face, he gives him a headache. He realizes that this is because of sadness and finally accepted he could not become a tool. He just thought to live normally. When he murdered a person and became free, he accordingly took up the view that the rest of his life could only be spent away. What a blatant lie. He dared not admit it, but he actually regretted that. He always kept in his heart those meaningless 20 years and the person he'd killed whom he'd only known by name. He always thought it was wrong to kill someone who he knew only the name of. That was not a killing born from his own motives. He was not an adult born from his own will. How should he have atoned for his mistakes? It had been fun. It was easy to do nothing but hone one single technique to forget about thinking and be a tool. Being preoccupied with that, he erased 2 lives without a single consideration. Is there any evil greater than this? Even if those who raised him were to shoulder a part of his crime. Even if he didn't know a thing. What killed another person was, inevitably, by his own hands. The reason why he went on to live was because he didn't know how to atone. He stopped practicing the technique that could be called his one and only purpose and slowly buried it within his daily life. Wishing for nothing, gaining nothing. That was the best form of atonement he could conceive in his mind. That way of living crumbled after meeting this woman. A pale-looking lady wandering about in the cold rain. She was simply beautiful. More beautiful than any woman he had ever seen before. That was the only reason. To that beautiful creature, he reached out his hand. Looking back on it, throwing away all those days of atonement he had accumulated and lending her a hand was surely. Aw, he did fall in love at first sight. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The woman's voice had turned into a cry. All the rain stopped.
Yep.
What he thought was rain was something much warmer. The woman did not leave. Just as at night, arms covered in blood clung to his chest. It is truly sad that he could not see her face anymore, he thought.
I see. I finally realized.
It took too long, but still, there was some time. He had for a long time wanted to apologize to something. Things he had regretted. Something he had to beg for forgiveness. Since long ago, to that which he had vaguely carried until now. He had wanted to live for someone's sake. To that pure longing.
Castor.
The woman would not leave. Man, Medea has the worst luck.
Yeah.
Even though the footsteps of death may have already gotten close. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It seems the apology was directed at himself. That is enough. He could no longer apologize, but in exchange, this woman had done it for him. Only one concern remained. He had to release this beautiful bird back to where it came from.
Castor.
The woman would by no means leave him. When he could no longer see anything, in the interval when he would allow for everything.
It's alright. Just go already. You cannot stay here.
Feeling more peaceful than he ever had, he told the woman who clung to his remains. Where the woman who was left took off to is already a distant story. The woman was not what he thought her to be. The conclusion was not one he had hoped for. The story of the fallen killer and the witch ends here. If there was any salvation, it was in the brief instant after they had met. The life that lasted less than a month was filled with many times more humanity and tranquility than what had existed up until then. Dizziness overcame her, as if having seen a fragmented dream. The witch in the black cloak is liberated from the evening rain. She narrowed her eyes at the slight vertigo and looked up at the gloomy sky. No point in being told something I could never do. I didn't even have wings to begin with. But surely he saw her that way until the end. Even if she had fallen to the ground, her wings were light. Someday they would slough off the dirt and return to the skies. Really, he just doesn't stop to think. Surely, there is an occasional migratory bird that takes a liking to the place she landed at and forgets about the skies. To not even consider something so convenient. She smiles ever so slightly at the monologue. As if drifting off to sleep, the witch slowly closes her eyelids. As if to bury herself in the short-lived dream. She held tightly onto this moment from which she will eventually awaken. Aw, I don't want the loops to end just because of them. Is it back
Yeah.
to the regular?
Yeah,
Or-
it's still narration.
This is yet another fragment, A fragment that has already passed on, broken into pieces, and after faltering for a brief moment, within the heart of the bearer, ceases to resist and simply flows away. So that with only in mind, she could not exist. And with only the body, she could not leave footprints. At the very least, the spring that did not come could be admired, unbeknownst to others, at this paradise of a town.
All paper added. Wow. Oh, more. Man, that was quite the scene. I was not expecting such a lengthy backstory for Kuzuki.
Yeah, and that fight with Gilgamesh,
Yeah.
too.
But what timeline did that happen on? Well, now I understand how he was able to fight against servants hand to hand. Oh, what's going on here?
But man, I want to see him fight Bazette now.
Yeah. I gaze at the pleasant blue sky. Taking a break after a meal and to enjoy some tea out on the veranda is a particularly special reward. So, yeah, it's just a little side thing there. I think it stopped crashing when I turned on the Vita textual content, so I guess that's a scene that was added for the Vita version of the game.
Oh.
I also noticed the text box was a different shape, so that might be part of it too. It is the very ordinary nature that makes such everyday happiness the best. So I've looked up, and there were, in fact, a master and a servant that matched. On the fourth day of the Holy Grail War, the ones to drop out were the Einsburns. Wait.
Hey, pay attention. After all the trouble I went to checking on this, you'd better be listening to me.
Huh? No, what? Tosaka? I'm momentarily confused. I look down to find Tosaka sitting beside me.
It's me, alright. You don't mean to say you didn't hear what I said, did you?
I guess she was the one talking about the Einsburns then. A sarcasm-free, direct-to-the-point question that is very uncharacteristic of Tosaka. Tosaka airs infuriated to the point of forgetting her own family's always elegant motto. Sorry, but I didn't. Actually, what are you doing here, Tosaka? I'm worried that she might have just teleported here or something. I truly don't have any memory of Tosaka coming out here and sitting down next to me.
Wait, are you saying you didn't even realize I'd come home?
Of course not. I'm not the one... I'm not that out of it. Give me some credit here. I probably just didn't notice that you'd come out here to relax, and I didn't realize you were talking to me until now.
Sounds like you're pretty out of it to me. Oh, forget it. Either you were having some weird dream, or else you're just tired from the torment over these 4 days, I guess. I'm willing to let this go as you being tired this time.
Again, I'm sorry. I'm a bit scared now myself, and it's not like I'm half asleep or anything, so could you stop peering at me like that?
Yeah, you're right. I'm a little too close, aren't I?
Tosaka leaps to her feet. Till a moment ago, she was incredibly close to simply pushing me down.
Alright, I'll go over it one more time. Let's start by dealing with these 4 days of yours. For now, let's proceed with the assumption that the cause is someone's wish to the Holy Grail. I believe that the clue to understanding who this someone is, lies in the nature of this 4-day boundary. At first, I thought the Grail's power might have a limitation that allows no more than 4 days to be reproduced, but if that is the case, I don't see why they wouldn't repeat 1 day forever instead. I don't think their intention was to try and conserve the Grail's power.
You're right about that. The holder of the Grail, the summoner, would have had her wish granted, and that would be it. There's no way they'd go. I'd better try to save some magical energy for later.
Right. So there must be some other reason they're saving the 4 days like this. For some reason, The one contracted to the Holy Grail. The Grail can only reproduce the first 4 days of the Holy Grail War. So there you have it. The point here is that what's happening is not a new start or restart, but a reproduction. Do you know what that means, Emiya-kun?
Yeah, more or less. Whoever this is, they've experienced the Holy Grail War and they're now reproducing it.
Good job. It's a self-evident truth once you realize it. The fact that only 4 days are being repeated isn't because there isn't enough power from the Holy Grail. This person had experienced just those 4 days of the Holy Grail War to begin with. Having dropped out on the 4th day, they simply do not know what happened afterwards.
So this person is a master who was eliminated on the 4th day? But there wasn't one.
Not in our Holy Grail War, that is. So I looked over the records of the previous Holy Grail Wars for masters who were sent off during the 4th day.
But the previous war had nothing to do with this. It's the 5th one, the one we were involved in, which is being repeated.
You think so? It might be a little different than that. Speaking figuratively, the 4 days are a blank script, and we are the actors. Since the script is blank, the actors can improvise freely, but there is a set performance time of 4 days.
Tosaka jumps backwards. Tosaka?
The barriers are responding to something. Shiro, come with me. It seems we have an unwelcome guest outside.
You're right, it's very soft, but I can hear the alarm going off. Wow, you noticed it before the actual alarm. She's likely set up a similar barrier around herself as well. Ever since leaving for London, Tosaka's power has been steadily rising. What an ominous prospect. Right on Tosaka's heels, I head outside. Without turning to face me, Tosaka gestures behind her back for me to stay on the alert and cover her. I reply with a nod and ready myself for battle. Facing Tosaka now is... oh. A woman I've never seen before. In the flesh, that is.
Hello, what brings you here on such a fine day, Miss Magus from the association? I could ask you much the same question. I believe this is the residence of Mr. Emiya Kiritsugu, which hardly explains what you might be doing here. I recall hearing that he had an adopted child, but... Do you want something with Emiya-kun? He shouldn't have any ties to the association yet. If you have a message for him, I would be happy to hear it as an intermediary and pass it on.
Tosaka's grinning, but there's a firm rejection written all over her face in reply.
I do not wish to fight you right now. I have no choice but to respond when faced with pointless vigilance. However, we are in a public space. Silence that magic crest of yours at once.
The woman casually pushes back. It seems like Tosaka has activated the crest on her left arm. Having her potential insurance against a surprise attack seen through so quickly makes her grow even more agitated. For Tosaka, should have already realized how meaningless it is. The woman standing before us isn't looking for a fight, nor does it seem like she's planning on a surprise attack. That's because her powers as a magus is easily 3 times the level of Tosaka's. If this woman made up her mind to fight us, she wouldn't even need a surprise attack to overpower us completely.
Understood. Would that mean you have only come here today to observe?
I think that was Rin's line.
Oh, correct. I have not come here to fight as a master. However, I must say that I'm unimpressed by your carelessness. To think that you would fail to keep Saber close by simply because it is daytime. Keep Saber close by?
Tosaka's voice sounds a touch perplexed.
I see. Both of us are still alive, which means we haven't met each other. Meaning that this talk is best finished quickly.
I can't make heads or tails of this monologue of hers. The woman's gaze is fixed on Tosaka. Their conversation doesn't match up. All it will take is a mention of the date, servants, or even the woman calling Tosaka by name. Neither Tosaka nor the woman seem to notice the chasm that will make itself known the moment one of them misses a step. A balancing act precarious enough to send shivers down my spine. This is a miracle on the level of walking across a bottomless pit on a tightrope. I look on wordlessly. I don't know how many times now Tosaka's told me not to interfere should a Magus from the association come. As I survey the woman standing before me, I feel dazed, or more accurately, astonished. The one who wasn't there, who shouldn't have existed at all, the 8th Master.
Okay, Rin, I guess. What a strange conversation. This is turning out to be. Have you come to hand down some judgment concerning the legacy of Emiya Kiritsugu now after so much time has passed? He was a freelance magus. I don't recall his ever being affiliated with the association. I have no jurisdiction over the legacy of Mr. Emiya. I am simply interested in him as the victor of the previous Holy Grail War. Are we not the same in this respect? After all, it is in order to obtain the Holy Grail slumbering in this town that you have come to the Emiya residence like this. Eh?
Tosaka's doubt turns into confidence. Misaligned gears have shifted back into place, and this disjointed conversation has finally started to make sense.
Wait a minute. Was this misunderstanding with the association about the Grail? The Holy Grail War is over. The ritual was a complete failure, and the cornerstone used for its summoning was destroyed. The 5th Holy Grail War of Fuyuki was also the last.
A magnificent sense of balance, and yet she slipped up. Of course, tightrope walking cannot continue on forever. It's an obvious fact, and yet this woman still came all the way here. Why?
Let me confirm something. Did you just say that the 5th Holy Grail War is already over?
I feel a chill. If she were to nod, a fist fight would occur the very next instant. And yet, despite tremendous bloodlust emanating from the woman, Tosaka goes ahead and nods right in front of her.
That is correct. It is no longer possible to summon a miracle in the city. Due to the illegal actions of the supervisor, Kotomine Kirei, dispatched by the church to oversee the 5th Holy Grail War, the ritual was shut down. Not only the association, but also the church were forced to remove their influence in this land due to his death. Kotomine Kirei?
Something falls.
Oh yeah, she's shocked because she liked him, right?
Yeah.
What terrible taste.
Though the woman was ready to use her strength to push away even the fact of the Holy Grail War being over. At the sound of that single name, she lets the mask of steel fall away.
Kotomine is dead? That's right, he's been dead for half a year now. He was defeated by Emiya Shiro, the victor of the 5th Holy Grail War.
Tosaka's eyes shift towards me.
Emiya Shiro. I have never heard of a master by that name. No, for a winner of the 5th Holy Grail War to exist already, there's no way.
There's no way.
There is no way I will recognize one.
Says the burning hatred in the woman's eyes. Several seconds pass. Tosaka takes a step forward, protecting me.
Hey, something has been bothering me all this time. I wonder if you'd mind me asking about it now. What happened to that arm of yours?
She asks a very odd question.
Eh?
Two surprised voices make themselves heard. I thought, as though suddenly remembering something, the woman to her right hand, reaches out her right hand to her left arm, and everything comes falling down. Oh,
Ah,
I had no time to call out to her. The woman flees at full speed, running as though she'd just seen a ghost. Although if you'd asked me, I'd say it was Tosaka and I who were visited by one.
it seems as though the Mages Association is short on capable members at the moment, too. I wonder if the rank and file management isn't quite up to speed.
Either she has no desire to chase after
Oh.
the woman, or she doesn't dare to try. After saying a line that sounds like she read it for a script, Tosaka turns around to face me.
Well, it looks like she won't be back anytime soon. She wasn't the most mentally stable person I've ever met, but her powers were the real deal. She could have beaten the both of us with one hand tied behind her back, so it's lucky for us that she decided to leave on her own will. So Emiya-kun, do you know her? I've never seen her before.
No, neither have I.
Is that so? You sure did get completely disregarded.
She's real sharp as
She's real sharp as
Oops.
She's real sharp as a Magus, and yet it seems like she completely failed to notice that you were a Magus as well, Emiya-kun.
That's not it. Rather than ignoring me, it seems more like she never noticed I was there at all. She's one of those types who thinks that the vast difference in our level of abilities makes me unworthy of her consideration. Suddenly, my training feels very inadequate.
If so, that'll be bad. I'm pretty sure she's the enemy you're looking for. If you're planning on doing something about her, you'd better make sure you do it with Saber by your side.
And so, Tosaka directs a backwards glance at me, her brightness of a moment ago vanishing. Not sure what it is you're trying to say, but if it turns into a fight, I should make sure Saber is part of it. Is that it?
Right. If she's still too much for you even then, go ask Lancer about it. He should know what we're dealing with when it comes to her.
This encounter, a conversation spanning only a few minutes, was enough for Tosaka to grasp the workings of the whole situation. But that is all. She isn't about to suggest a way out of it.
I'm going back inside. I'm not going to get involved any further in this. If you're going to try and resolve it, you have to do it on your own.
Saying so coldly over her shoulder, Tosaka heads back indoors. That's my kind of woman. Those words just slipped out for some reason. This doesn't mean that Tosaka's abandoning me. Just the opposite. It feels like she's done all she can to give me a chance. Oh, nothing else today. I think we are actually approaching endgame here, like with how little is left. So, unless the whole bunch show up after we trigger the next story event, anyway.
I mean, none of the H scenes came out yet.
Yeah, but if I remember, Kagetsu Toya only had one at like the very end.
True.
What the? Okay. Wow. When did I bring that in? It's been an hour since we started cleaning up the storehouse. This junkyard-like atmosphere makes me a little dizzy, even more than I expected.
Tito, where do I put this iron plate?
What the heck? It's a table-sized iron griddle that, for some reason, has been lying dormant deep in the bowels of the storehouse. I have no clue. Well, just leave it outside for now.
Understood.
For now, the two of us are just throwing the scattered stuff outside. A pile of completely unrelated junk in front of her. Saber accompanies me without a hint of amazement. However, now that I look at it, There's probably enough junk to fill a light truck here. And this is just the stuff from the first floor. How much is packed in there altogether? I'm afraid to even guess.
Shiro, what would one use this iron plate for?
Oh, that one. Wait, isn't that a taiyaki griddle? Why on earth do we have one? Furthermore, this isn't even meant for domestic use. It's a big one with a hinge. Not unlike the type you may see at a food cart. Besides that, we also have what looks like a plate for making takoyaki, a cotton candy machine, and a Christmas tree like something with skates. You can stage a whole festival with stuff out of the storehouse.
Was it you who brought all this in, Shiro?
Only about half of it. The other half I've never even seen before. Well, it's all nothing but junk anyway. Although the things I put away are the stuff that you could use once fixed type. It's never been the stuff that was brought from God knows where type.
So you have nothing to do with it. Then from where have all these seemingly disordered, yet similar goods have come?
There's only one name I can reply with. Even Saber should have realized it by now. But pretending to be stumped myself, I keep silent.
Wow, this sure brings back memories. What's up, Shiro? Why'd you spread stuff out like this? You wouldn't be preparing for a festival by chance?
So the culprit chose a good time to make an appearance. Like a criminal returning to the scene of a crime. Not preparing, but rather cleaning up. I'm thinking of finally doing something about all the junk that a certain someone was brought from somewhere.
How dare you call it junk? It's almost all been collected for your own sake, Shiro. Does it mean that all the objects here are things that Shiro wanted? That's right. He spent hours clinging to the store window. I was looking at that iron plate over there. What about the tank? And then, years later, his kind big sis, having accidentally come across one in her house, was nice enough to remember and give it to him as a present. How wonderful. Taiga, your sisterly care is an inspiration for siblings everywhere.
I think the tag might have come from the Tiger Dojo.
Yeah, isn't it? And yet, not only does he not put it to good use, for some reason he tosses it into the storehouse and forgets about it too.
Hold on a moment, Fujine, and you too, Saber. Don't you think there's something wrong with that story?
What? Isn't it a great story?
Now look here, it's true that I wanted it at some point, but how many years passed since then? I may have stuck around food carts as a kid, but all I want now is a new frying pan at most. And that, for instance, I point at the taiyaki griddle. How do you propose we use this monstrosity now that we have it?
What are you saying, Shiro? It's an iron plate for grilling taiyaki. Just start making some and it'll be alright. Amazing. Will this allow one to make taiyaki at their own home?
Sorry, Saber. Terribly sorry to crush your dreams and expectations, but being oriented for commercial use, it's not much help in a regular home. It's no good, Saber. You won't be making taiyaki with that thing. Besides, Fujine, how the heck were you planning to grill stuff on this anyway?
What do you mean, how? Don't you know how to make taiyaki yourself, Shiro?
That's not the problem. We don't have a heat source that's big enough. The stupid thing is half the size of a tatami mat. How do you propose we keep it hot enough, you dumb tiger?
Bah, you keep saying that you want it even when I told you.
Did not, and why is it that you only remember stuff like this anyway? Well, I do appreciate your feelings. So where do you get it from?
They left it at our place after a festival.
Ah. Must have been used at a food cart during the festival, then left with the family. Some young guy in the Fujimura group will probably get scolded by the old man Raiga for not looking after the inventory. Unfortunately. I bet the rest followed a similar sequence of events. I'll get them to take it all back when opportunity arises.
Shiro?
Having found something in the mountain of junk, Saber suddenly stops. Saber, did you find something? Maybe some dangerous magic-related item got mixed in there? I rush over to her side.
What could this possibly be? The shave ice maker.
Yeah, finally we have an answer for that. In her hands, she holds a shaved ice machine. This time, it's not a commercial, meant for festival use type, but a regular penguin-shaped one. Deeply impressed by something, she keeps looking at it in the eyes, motionless. That's a tool for making shaved ice.
Shaved ice. Could something so charming be really used to make frozen sweets?
The fact that this cute little thing could actually be used for something seems to be a shock to her. The hands holding the penguins start trembling. Alright, how about we make some once we're done cleaning up? We worked up quite a sweat. After a day of hard work, a reward like that would really hit the spot. Sadly, we don't have any syrup. Instead, I'll whip something up with matcha powder and sugar and cool it down in the fridge. Regarding the festival food card drama, once we finished with the cleaning, I gave the Fujimura group a call. Ah, so that's where it was. A family member that showed up after a few words of exasperation ended up retrieving Fujine as well.
I'll have a word with Grandpa and I'll be back soon, so remember to leave some for me. But if I'm starting to run late, do the right thing and come save me. I'll sure appreciate it.
Like that. Sounds like she's not coming back for a while.
Well, that's a thing. Shiro, how would you go about using this?
There's no hiding the fact that the sparkling clean shaved ice machine at the top of the table is now the subject of Saber's undivided attention. Just a moment. I put a plate inside its belly. As I open its head and load the ice, I notice Saber cringing slightly.
The way it opens, is not very pretty.
Yeah, that's where it's just too functional. With a bitter smile, I take the handle mounted on top of the head and spin it a few times. As I do so, little pieces of cut ice start to accumulate on the plate in its belly. No matter how hard Saber is trying to feign disinterest, she looks about to burst with curiosity.
Shiro, does this machine happen to exist in any other shapes? Say a lion or a panther, perhaps?
Ha! Crap. Despite having seen Saber like this many times before, the sheer imbalance still makes the corners of my mouth jerk up involuntarily.
Shiro, why are you turning away? Besides, if you stop, the ice will melt away. You have to finish shaving it quickly.
Sorry, let's see. I don't really know, but perhaps there is a lion-shaped one after all.
Does it really exist?
Oh, I mean, I haven't seen one myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I keep working the handle. As soon as there's about a cupful, I take out the plate, put some matcha syrup on top, and hand it over to Saber. Delighted, she takes a spoon and then suddenly stops looking at me.
Will you not have some yourself, Shiro?
This is plenty enough for me. I showed her my cup of tea that I had been brewing at the same time.
I see. In that case, I will dig in.
Scooping a bit with the spoon, she brings it to her mouth. She looks quite calm on the outside, but I bet she was really looking forward to it. Having eaten a mouthful, she nods approvingly, looks at the penguin, then me, then keeps going. Saber, did they have something like this in the olden days?
Let me see. Indeed, I have tasted food articles that were not made as nourishment alone. However, none were developed in an ice room like this one in front of me now. That was a luxury reserved for a select few.
She concludes, returning to her shaved ice. Saber shaved ice doesn't melt easily, but if you don't slow down. Looks like my warning came a little late. She's already stopped, her face turning a different color. You might get a headache. That's what I was going to say. Guess it's too late now. She nods. As her eyes start to tear up a bit, I pass her my teacup. She takes what I thought was fairly hot tea down in one gulp.
What is it, Shiro? Is seeing me get a headache because of the ice really that amusing?
You know, I never get ice cream headaches.
Same.
Yeah. Huh? Oh no, not that it's amusing. I mean, never mind that. It's just going to melt if you keep talking.
Is that so?
I'm convinced the ice is still on her mind, and she soon goes back to enjoying it. I wonder if I could find it in Shinto.
Shiro, what is the matter? Is something on your mind? You wanted to eat some shaved ice after all?
Yeah, but some other time. Anyhow, next time I'll make sure to get some syrup. She tilts her head in confusion. But there will be a next time, somehow. I'll get a job at a storehouse in Shinto or something and find that line-shaped shave ice machine, no matter how rare it may be. Until then, I'll postpone eating shaved ice with Saber.
Why can't he just project it?
Yeah. Well, he has to see it before he can project it.
True.
Yeah. Alright, so Sakura or Rin?
Sakura. Wow.
I hear some inane noises from the living room. Oh, sounds like Fujine. What's she up to? A girl shouldn't be making those sounds in broad daylight. Well, Fujine's not at a girly age anymore.
And so the girl loses her delicate side.
Fusaka said the never-aging mentality is an act she developed when it was just three of us not crowning things. But Fujine is steadily growing old by herself.
Ouch.
And sure enough, it's Fujine in the living room with Sakura.
Senpai. It's Shiro. Feels good, nya. Roar.
Make it either a cat or a tiger. With an unearthly sound, the wild beast undulates. I wonder what the hell Sakura is doing. A shoulder massage?
Fujimura-sensei was feeling tired, so I'm giving her a shoulder massage. Sakura-chan is such a gentle girl. So attentive. I really wish I had a younger sister like this.
It must feel quite good, and it shows. The stripes on her shirt are loosening up, and at this rate, she'll be like butter soon.
Is that right? A clumsy sister like me. But with a selfish little brother like Shiro, I'd never get a shoulder massage.
That's mistaking the facts, Fujine. You forgot what you've done to me before. Back in the day, you used to get massaged into oblivion, right? Excuse me, say.
Did I really?
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Miss you.
Thanks. Sure did. My massage technique was honed on your shoulders. Oddly enough, when I tried the Sama Kiritsugu, he didn't like it. Maybe he didn't have a stiff constitution. So I ended up engaging in Mortal Kombat with Fujine's stiff shoulders.
Fujimura-sensei even got a shoulder massage from Senpai? Now that Shiro's got some strength, he could make it feel good and sort out all the stiffness in a snap too. It makes me sad. Is that right?
Sakura nods. Geez, I didn't grow up just to be able to massage Fujine's shoulders. I think that's Sakura?
So that's what it was. That's great.
Yeah, I didn't like it, but once I got started, I took my job seriously. Once the procedure got going, I didn't slack off until Fujine told me she was fine. I couldn't just be lazy and get out by saying I was tired midway through.
See, that's the way he is. When was the last time you were kind enough for a massage, I wonder?
Don't remember.
Of course, it's not like I could just ask any guy for it, and it's been so stiff lately. Oh, really? Ah, here's a stiff spot. Ah, right there. Punya! Ah.
Fujine gradually loosens up. But it's nothing like that. Somehow the scene itself just looks lewd.
You really are fatigued, Fujimura-sensei. This job can really tire you out. May not look like it, but I'm being a good teacher, see? Fujimura-sensei's a good teacher all the time. And I'm also glad to help a teacher like you.
Sakura keeps massaging with glee.
And besides, your technique is great, Sakura-chan. Oh, not at all. Yeah, I hereby declare feelings this good are not fit for a maiden.
That's with the embarrassing lingo.
Fujimura-sensei? I get it. You massage Shiro all the time, don't you?
Stupid tiger, what are you implying? That Sakura would, for me...
No, of course not. I was right, wasn't I? Oh, you, Shiro, getting a nice gentle massage from Sakura-chan every night. So that's how she got so good at it.
Fujine.
But what you really want from Sakura-chan is a full body massage, every nook and cranny. Is that why you're blushing so hard, Shiro?
She giggles. Getting a massage from Sakura, that would make me stiff and tense instead. Tell her, Sakura?
No need to hide it. Big sis understands. Ugh.
Sakura's face is bright red as well. I wonder why. Ouch, that's... Wait, no.
Ouch, that's not it, Sakura-chan. Wait, don't do anything naughty like that. Sakura-chan not there, my vital meridian points. Don't push it. I'm saying, it's nothing like that. I don't massage every nook and cranny of Senpai's body. Nothing of the sort. Ouch. Ow.
Fujine lets out a shriek like nothing before. Sakura, just what did you poke in all the confusion?
Sakura-chan anymore and I'm dead. Senpai, please say something.
Me? This is getting serious. This is no time to be zoning out. Well, it'd be nice to get a massage from Sakura, but...
In it? See, Shiro does want it,
Fujine got carried away and got restrained once again. Scary. Same as Tosaka. Sakura must be a master of some mysterious Chinese martial art.
Ow, ow,
Sakura, it's all fine, but killing Fujine might be bad.
Might be. Oh, sorry. I was putting just a little too much strength into it.
That's what she said. Fujine, free at last, hasn't moved for a while. I see. Better watch your mouth while Sakura is giving you a shoulder massage.
Ugh, to think that Sakura-chan would possess such technique. What a mistake. Are you alright? Shall we keep going, Sensei? But I think it worked. Foot massages and whatnot don't hurt. And so they don't work, you know?
Moving her head side to side with a creak, she stands up.
Thanks, Sakura-chan. It's much better now. Oh no, I wasn't that well prepared. One of these days, make sure Shiro's in every nook and cranny, nice and soft. Not that again, poor me. How many times did I tell you, Sensei, about Senpai and me? Yak, what pressure point technique? Death is a pawn tiger.
Fujine crumbles with maybe pain, maybe happiness on her smiling face. Entering Buddha's realm, or maybe nirvana, a peaceful death. Sakura, do what needs to be done. I'm off to finish dinner then.
Yes, Senpai. Fujimura-sensei, shall I show you some love? Eek, Sakura is scary. Oh, what a scene.
Okay. Alright, I think we can call it there for today. We'll check out the stuff we unlocked. Let's see what we got here.
Wow, who's she marrying? And look at all the people in the background.
Yeah. She could zoom in on this.
The maids are there, Ilya's there. Rin is probably in the red.
Actually, I'd probably zoom in on OBS. That's the wrong thing. Oh, it's gotta... Here we go. We can at least zoom in so people can see it. Yeah. Yeah, so I see, yeah, there's Ilya, there's Rin. It's a lot of detail for such a low-res image.
I know there should be at least her friends, like aka Issei's brother and Neko-san.
Let me snap that back. There we go. Okay. I feel like this is a parody of something, but I'm not sure what. Ooh. Is that a... Is she holding a lion?
I can't tell.
Hmm. It looks like a lion's mane. Ooh, nice.
That one's super pretty.
Yeah. Okay. Any super expensive ones? Oh, I can't even afford it. Jeez. We can do all these ones.
It's Sella and Laceret in their swimsuits.
Oh, it suits them better than one would think. After all, their hairstyles are finally revealed. This will undoubtedly make some people very happy. I actually already knew their hairstyles because of Prisma Ilia, because they don't wear the uniforms there.
It says here, Sella's small breasts are her selling point.
Are you angry? You're not going to laugh it off? To be honest, although the subject of body types is tiresome, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I'll be thorough.
Please, won't you die? Please try dying just once. Well, since she asked politely.
Ooh, I haven't seen her with those sunglasses. Writer's swimsuit, and the style of the clothes she wears at the antique shop. There's not much more that needs to be said about such an alluring figure. Sunglasses version, center, ended up unused and was shelved. Okay.
That's because I made her some prototype Mystic Eye ceiling contacts. They're just the 24-hour dispensable kind, though. It was surprisingly simple given the material.
Okay, I wasn't expecting, like, lore here for that. I see, so you use leaded glass or crystals?
Nope, emeralds. They had to be entrusted to the artisan gem cutters of Abrugas for many years of polishing due to the peculiarities of processing such a gemstone.
And these were disposable?
Nope. Ah.
Ilia's veil swimsuit. Why am I getting this indescribable urge to flee?
Are we criminals or just close to it? This is more like a crime. Is this a punishment? We must re-examine our ways.
No. Well then.
Well then.
Oh, no.
The big man has an announcement for all the big brothers who love Iliasville more than life itself. Her new outfits, other than the swimsuit, do not exist. Sorry. Oof.
So I wonder what this one could be. Well, I guess that'll be it for today.
I mean, since it's expensive, it's probably super sus.
Yeah. Alright, so, yep, that's it for today. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll be back on at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. And I'll see you then.